All right. Joan, you ready? Welcome, everybody, to the 2023 County Board of Equalization hearings. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and any other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers. At this moment, I'll ask Commissioner Lassiter to do the moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Lassiter. Number 4 on our agenda is review and approval of the agenda. Is there any changes, Shannon?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So move.
Moved by Drews,
Second.
seconded by Lassiter. For approval of the agenda, any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next, we come to 2023 County Board of Equalization hearings with the exempt properties omitted stipulations. I'll turn it over to Mr. Schadenberg.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to maybe stumble along through this. We have a new Deb this year. So we're trying to create a new process of getting through this and
Okay.
not just copying last year. So we've got a couple of different spreadsheets we'll work through here. Same process, just the papers are going to look a little different. So the first thing, well, just a general explanation. We're going to deal with applications for exemption first. Then we have some recommendations to change. We'll deal with those. And then we get into individual property owners that are going to show up and want to appear before the board. And we're scheduled all the way through the morning for those in 10-minute increments each. There's a couple of those that won't show, and we found that out, and we'll mention that when it's that time. Backing up to the exempt properties. So the law says for a property to be exempt, it has to be owned by an exempt entity and used for exempt purpose, and it has to make an application to my office. My office makes a recommendation to the board. The board approves or denies all applications for exemption on all properties, and you do that every year. Okay, so we're going to do that now. The law also says that if a property owner is unhappy with your decision, that they have the right to come back after 2 weeks and make an argument before the board. So we deal with the exempt properties first, and then we've scheduled that second date on the 25th. We discovered a few years ago, don't do the exempt stuff at the end because then there isn't that time for the property owner to come back. So you're going to act on it today. You will act on it, and then they can come back again and make another argument. I've got 3 spreadsheets here where we've put all of the exempt properties on spreadsheets. This is the applications that we got in this year. I've got them highlighted in different colors. Just for your information, Gary, I was wrong. There's actually 2 new properties that have applied this year. They're in blue, the Lifeway Church and Western South Dakota Senior Services. Western South Dakota Senior Services is Meals on Wheels.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So Shannon, all these exemptions and partial exemptions, have they all been, is this what I see advertised in the newspaper?
Yes. So
So
that's
everything
also required. Everybody that makes an application for an exemption is published in the newspaper.
Okay, so everything that's here has been
Yep.
published, okay.
Yep. The auditor's office does that. And then, after all of these are acted on, the minutes of the entire meeting is published in the newspaper, right, including the exempt stuff. So
Thank you.
the first publication is anybody that applies. Then it's followed up with the minutes when a decision is made.
Okay,
So as I was saying, there's two new ones, and I highlight those in blue just so you know that those properties weren't exempt in the past. They're brand new, okay? There's highlighted in green, those are applications that were received late. The law says they have to apply by November 1st. Okay, we always get some that's late. So I have to recommend that you deny those for the simple fact that they're late, but they would otherwise qualify. Okay, so I want to point that out. I've got some highlighted in yellow, and I do have a recommendation to deny those, and I'll give you an explanation on each of those individually. I think there's 4 of those. Then you have 2 spreadsheets that are not in color. Those weren't required to submit an application this year. And they're either 100% exempt or partially exempt. And the recommendation is that all of those continue to be exempt from property taxes. So, what I would suggest is you act on all of the exempt applications, all of the exempt properties, except those highlighted in yellow. And then we can deal with those one at a time. And I think we've got a couple of property owners today that want to appear before the board today. If you'll allow, they still have the right to come back on the 25th.
Mr. Chair, question.
Mr. Drews.
Shannon, just take us through the process, like a new one, as to what you have to do when you have a new application. For example, like on the Lifeway Church.
Okay, so there are several statutes that specifically exempt properties. There's a statute that requires an application by a deadline. All of the statutes are consistent in it has to be owned by an exempt entity and used for exempt purpose. And then each statute defines that entity, a religious organization, a charity, a benevolent organization. And the law defines what a religious entity is, what a benevolent organization is. And then there's school and hospital. There's several different types of property. This is a religious one. So we get an application. Then somebody from my office goes out to look at the property to see if it's being used for whatever the exempt purpose is. In this case, church. Is it being used for a church purpose? Is it owned by a church? So we look at those 2 factors and then we make a recommendation to the board.
Thank you.
Sir, any further questions for Shannon before we get started? No. No.
So Shannon, you're looking for a motion to approve the applications that we have in front of us, except the ones that are highlighted in yellow.
I would suggest that.
So
And then I'll-
my motion would be to approve the list that you gave us, with the exception of ID 32149, ID 58981, ID 39126, ID 68361,
Second.
with the exception of those.
Do you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No, that's good, and then we'll deal with each one of those separately.
Are those the new exempts? Right?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, I got them.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the applications for exemption, except for the 1, 2, 3,
4 of them.
4 of them that Mr. Roskinek had read through from the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Question. So the ones in green, the late ones then, are included in this motion for approval?
Yes.
Okay.
I put them on the list because they were late.
Right, okay,
You can look at them and
yep, okay,
Mis-
thank you.
Mr. Chair, to follow up with that, those are all ones that have applied in the past and have been approved by us in the past, all those late ones, correct?
I think so.
Because every one of them that I read, I recognize them from in the past.
Yeah.
There's only one that stood out that I didn't recognize, but I had since it had, and that would be the Technology Housing LLC. but all the others.
That might be a new one. I'm not sure. Because I can't highlight two colors. They're, I think they're all the same with the exception of that one. Passages Women's Transitional Living, I don't recognize that.
Yeah, they've been around for several years.
Okay,
Yeah, they just moved into a new building. I'm familiar with
Okay.
them,
Okay.
yeah. And that could have been because they just got a new building, they moved into it, and so maybe they,
so then that would be a new application because it's a new building.
right.
Right.
But they've been in operation for several years. I'm tracking you.
I would think so, yeah.
Sounds good. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll go to the denial ones.
Okay, so let me eliminate a couple of those first with an explanation. And then maybe you can act on all four if you'd like, but 68361 is Rapid City Economic Development Foundation. Rapid City Economic Development, I think the property is actually owned by Rapid City Economic Development, but Economic Development is now Elevate. They own some property on the east edge of town and applied for exemption on it and looked at the statute for property owned by an economic development corporation, and it can't be exempt if it's in a TIF district. This property happens to be in a TIF district. I talked to economic development, we read through the statute, so they're not going to make an argument here. But they applied, the application is here, it was published, so you need to act on it. I would recommend deny because of that.
You want us to do that one separately? What's your recommendations on the other?
Okay, so then we'll go to Yellow Bike Program, tax ID 39126. Yellow Bike Program, there was a property owner, Radar Hill Road area, whose shop on his property, he actually transferred ownership of the shop to Yellow Bike LLC, something like that. And he gave away bikes to all different kind of charity organizations. A couple of years ago, or at least here recently, he died. His widow still lives in the mobile home on the property, but doesn't do anything with Yellow Bike anymore. She applied, I talked to her on the phone. She said she filled out the application as they always have, just to meet the deadline, but hasn't done anything with the bikes. And I told her if she's not doing anything, that doesn't qualify, and she understood. And she doesn't care what the board does. She understands the law. She filled out the application just because she always had in the past.
Okay.
Then we've got the two Open Hands Outreach and Timothy Stewin, and they might be here. Timothy, and okay, so maybe we'll listen to Mr. Stewin, and I can introduce the Open Hands Outreach, but we'll deal with Mr. Stewin since he's here, just in case Corey Carter with Open Hands walks in a little bit late.
Okay.
So Mr. Stewin, if you want to come forward. So what his property is it's a home.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Stewin is a pastor here in Rapid. The home was owned by Timothy Stewin Ministries. He filled out an application by the deadline last November 1st. I am recommending denial on it because at the end of February, he sold it, and it's now owned by somebody else, and they're living in it. So neither the ownership or the use of the property is as a parsonage. But Mr. Stewin wanted to show up and say something.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well-
Just please identify yourself for the record.
Timothy Stewin, pastor here in Rapid City, Rock Point Church. Thanks for your time, gentlemen. It's kind of been a convoluted process because my ministry, Timothy Stewin Ministries, is an itinerant ministry. It's been basically a grounded place for me to work out of when I traveled, and I've been doing that since 2003. In 2007, I applied for tax exempt status on my house because basically that's where we've operated all of our ministry out of. And we went through that year. I went through all the criteria to go ahead and receive that, and I did receive it. And then we went through a year of being tax exempt. And then Mr. Rittenberger called me on the phone and suggested that he was going to deny it for the next year because I wasn't meeting the criteria, and I was kind of bewildered because I'd gone through all the process to do it right. So, a young 23-year-old boy, I was kind of like, okay. So I took the house, put it back in our personal name, and then for all the way from 2008 until now, it's been on my tax records as a depreciating asset. And I didn't realize that here it's in my personal name, but it's been a depreciating asset. And so I filled out the request last November to get it back in as the ministry's asset and put it back in the ministry's name and get it back on the tax exempt status. And waiting for this day, and during that time we had sold it. We have about 2 months ago, and now are into another property, which we're going to go through the process to go ahead and do that because we're still operating our ministry out of the home. And so that's the reason for that. And the pastoring of the church is totally separate from that, but it's two different ministries. And TSM actually owns the property for the church, and so we're also, that's kind of the foundation ministry for that. So my request today was asking if we can get tax exempt for last year's time that we were operating out of 660 Earlene. And then I don't know if we fill out another application for next year for the new home, or if we can just do that today, where we just switch addresses and apply for tax exempt status in the new residence.
Well, I think for new residents that you have to do it separately, if I'm correct.
That's correct. And I explained to Mr. Stoon that he can make an application for the new property. You can do that today,
Okay.
but we hold the application for next year's assessment.
Okay.
The application is due by November 1st of next year, as long as the property is owned by the ministry and used for religious purpose. But it has to, that new home wasn't owned by the ministry or used for that purpose on the assessment date for this year's assessment.
Right. Correct.
So we'll take an application if you'd like to in our office,
Okay.
but we just hold it for next year.
Sure.
Shannon, excuse me.
Go ahead.
You say next year, you talking 2024 or
Yep.
this November?
The coming November 1st for the 24 assessment.
Right, so when you said next year, I'm thinking, well, we got November of 2023, then we get November of 2024, and 24 is next year, so I just want to make sure I got that straight.
I'm sorry, this year's November 1st.
Okay.
And Mr.
That's
Chair,
where I'm. And as far as today, are we on the 660 Earlene? Are we excusing the taxes for 2022 instead of 2023 because we were doing ministry all the way up until 2 months ago in the 660 Earlene residence, and I no longer own that as of 2 months ago. But up until this point, we've been doing ministry out of there. So that was my request this morning.
Mr. Chair, if I can get some clarification, because I see Shannon, my question is then this application, Shannon, would be for January and February of 2023 2023 taxes, is that correct?
No.
Nope.
The application is for the 23 assessment, taxes paid next year.
Gotcha.
There was no application for the 22 assessment, taxes paid in 23. And in fact, as he said, the property was owned by him personally on the assessment date for last year's assessment.
Gotcha.
Okay. Did you have any follow-up on Tim's comments?
I just a comment that we are looking at the 23 assessment, taxes paid next year, which will be paid by the new owners of the property. The board can't go back in time to last year's assessment.
So when I filled out the sheet that you have before you, prior to November, I think it was April that we put it back, quitclaim deed it back to the ministry. So that was of no, it doesn't have any, carry any weight now? Is that what you're saying?
It,
As far as,
it would impact the 23 assessment, taxes paid in 24.
okay,
So in South Dakota, we pay taxes a year following the assessment. So we are dealing with the 23 assessment, taxes paid in 24. The assessment date, which is also the deadline for the application, is November 1st of last year. So you apply and you have to qualify as of November 1st, 2022 for the 23 assessment, taxes paid in 24.
okay,
For taxes that are paid this year, it was the 22 assessment, an application by November 1 of 2021.
okay.
So, Mr. Chair, so point of clarification. Shannon, did he apply by November 2022 for the ministry on this home?
He did. And
So-
then
so
the
that-
home was sold.
And then the home was sold in February.
Yes.
So why would he not qualify for January and February up until the moment sold? And I'm asking that question because I know when you sell a home and you buy it, you've got to pay all the taxes up front. So for January and February, why would that not be, since they operated the ministry? Why wouldn't it be approved for that?
The county doesn't care whether the taxes are paid or not. And who knows? Him and the seller are party to that. And that doesn't matter.
Right.
He could qualify for 2 months, and then the auditor puts it back on the tax roll for the rest of the year.
Is that, how do we navigate through that on this if he qualified? I mean, would you say the ministry qualified with the application?
He could qualify for 2 months.
Okay. That's what I'm looking at, is if he qualified for 2 months, then he qualifies for 2 months, but then moving forward, then he doesn't qualify because it was sold.
Yes, and so what I'm gathering is when he put it into his name, it took it out of the minister's deal, so the taxes are, he's responsible for them when you put it in your name.
Right.
And when it went back into the ministry, and I see what you're saying, Travis, 2 months, 2 months is what he's basically would get.
Right.
Because he applied on time, and it'd be for 2 months and then sold the property.
Right.
Shannon?
If the board would wish, you could approve the exemption, and the auditor then would immediately put it back on the tax roll for 10 months.
How are we getting the 10 months? I thought we were talking about 2.
The auditor would put it on the tax roll
Oh,
for
for
10
the next
months.
10, okay.
So a motion would be something to the effect of approving the exemption for the month of January, February for that tax parcel, and then for the tax exemption, and then placing it back on the tax rolls in March.
You can't do that, but the auditor will.
But with the
That
motion,
last part about putting it on the tax roll,
oh, so we would just make a motion saying it's exempt for January, February, and then that's it.
yeah. See, there's the process of adding omitted property to the tax roll, and that's what the auditor does. Would look at it, the property is not omitted from the tax roll, but it was exempt for 2 months, and she would put it back on the tax roll for 10 months. There's a whole process where she notifies the property owner, we're going to do this at this value, and they've got time to come in and contest that if they wish.
So as far as moving forward into the new property, does it stand that Timothy Stewart Ministries meets the criteria for tax exempt status?
You would have to make that application by this coming November 1st.
Okay,
And we do the same thing. So I give you a call, what are you using the property for, that kind of stuff.
okay,
What we're talking about here is the 23 assessment on your former home,
Mhm.
the taxes that'll be paid next year.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd actually like to take this one up right now, if that's fine, if there's no other comments or anything.
I would recommend that.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve tax exemption for January and February on property ID 58981.
32149, isn't it?
No,
Well, tax ID number 58981 is what I have right here on my
Okay,
list.
Yeah.
okay.
it doesn't need to add January, February, just, okay,
Of 2023.
Yeah, I
okay.
don't care.
So I have a motion. Is there a
A
second?
second the motion.
And seconded by Ross Connect. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your time, gentlemen.
Do you know the people that you sold the property to?
I don't know them. I know, I've met them.
Okay, well,
Do-
the auditor's going to be sending them a letter, so.
Okay.
We'll deal with that. Do you want to fill out an application
Yeah.
now?
Absolutely.
My office upstairs, just ask for them. There's an application there. Fill it out and leave it, or
Okay.
fill it out and mail it in,
All right.
whatever. It has to be by November 1st, so I don't care whether you do it today or not, but there's nothing wrong with doing it early.
You might as well, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
That way you don't forget.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
That way, if there's any questions or concerns, you got 6 months to work through.
Way ahead of time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, have a good day. Just a second. Okay, you get done with a little bit of stuff, we'll get to you. I wanted to make sure there was nobody here for open hands outreach. So I'll introduce what that is. I left a message on the phone and sent an email saying we're meeting today. Maybe he's planning on coming on the 25th. But I'll at least give you some information on that. So Open Hands Outreach is a corporation that's owned by Mr. Corey Carter. He is a naturopathic doctor who owns AltMed Services, which is an alternative medical business. AltMed Services is located in a rented space in the strip mall on Sturgis Road. Mr. Carter formed the corporation Open Hands Outreach, which owns his home, he claims is a parsonage for the ministry he runs out of AltMed Services.
Shannon, this was done last year too, correct?
It was.
Okay.
So we're doing this again. I've got some handouts for you. You've got this stuff from Mr. Carter last year. This is what he provided with his application, okay? You got it in October. But I printed a copy just so he knows that you have it. Well, you saw it last October, but I brought you a copy today. So this is what he provided with his application. And as Commissioner LaCroix said, we did this exact same thing last year. The board denied the exemption. He appealed to the Office of Hearing Examiners and Peer. The hearing examiner affirmed the decision of the county board and denied the exemption. The year previous to that, he did the same thing in Meade County on a house he owned in Meade County. And then he sold that house and he bought a house in Rapid. So this has been to the Office of Hearing Examiners twice now. And I brought you a copy of the decision from the hearing examiner. We met in Pier and had a hearing over this issue. And the hearing examiner ruled in favor of the county. I wanted to read a couple of the statements the hearing examiner made. I have them highlighted in that decision. Petitioner's Corporation cannot be called a church. It operates out of AltMed Services.
What number are you reading there?
Page 5, about the middle. It operates out of AltMed Services. The services provided by AltMed Services are medical in nature. There is no congregation of members except in the patient file cabinet. And that was a key point in the hearing then, there. And I want to go to page 6. At the very top, petitioner ordained himself. Petitioner has no spiritual or religious statements or indications published on the medical facility's website or social media. It is not until you are a patient of petitioner that you understand that petitioner gives health-related services with a spiritual background. I did keep up on the website and social media, and nothing's changed. There's nothing that advertises Alt Med Services as a religious organization. Petitioner's Church is very similar to churches or religious societies that have been set up in other states for the purpose of escaping property taxes or to receive government benefits. Then the hearing examiner cites a few of those examples. At the bottom of page 6, petitioner is not a religious society, and the subject property is not a parsonage that is tax exempt under South Dakota statute. And on page 7, the order of the hearing examiner, it is the order of the hearing examiner that the classification by the Pennington County Board of Equalization of the subject property located south Meadowwood subdivision is affirmed. The petitioner is not entitled to tax exempt status. So to my knowledge, nothing has changed. You have the documents that Mr. Carter submitted, and they are very, very similar to what he submitted last year, substantially the same. I would recommend denial of this one for the same reasons as last year.
Thank you, Shannon. So is there any questions for Shannon on item 32149?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to deny ID 32149, ID 39126, and ID 68361.
We have a motion by Ross connected to deny those
Second.
three and seconded by Drews. Is there any public comment? Any further comment from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you,
Shannon, the
Shannon.
way you put this together, that really works slick with the color coded, and
Yeah, I like that.
keep that in mind for next year.
Color helps, huh?
A lot.
Okay, thank you. Now, we'll have to have a slot on the 25th, I think it's at 2 o'clock, in case one of those three property owners wants to come back. I don't think, I'm sure the two won't. They told me they won't. But I don't know about Mr. Carter. I'll try and contact him again before that date, but I've left a phone message and sent him an email stating this date and the 25th. He has the right to come back on the 25th, so maybe skip the first one and come back on the second one. Maybe that's his plan. I haven't heard from him, but I will contact him and make sure he doesn't forget about that.
Which one are we going to now, Shannon? You got admitted or?
Yeah, so you've got spreadsheets, and Joe didn't give me a copy of those. What's it say at the top of the spreadsheet?
Well, I've got 2023 Pennington County's stipulation list, or I got
Partial
the
exempt?
partial exempt list.
You've done the partial exempt. That's done.
Partial was done.
Yep.
So we'll get rid of that. So we got the stipulation list.
Yep.
Are the no change list.
Okay, so those two, let's deal with those. And you can do this in one motion. So everybody that appeals, staff within our office will contact, or at least make a few attempts to contact. There's a couple of them that we can't get to call us back, but we contact every property owner and listen to their concerns, discuss the property, look at market information, look at the property, do all of that. If we find justified reason that the assessment is too high, we can't change it. The law will not allow our office to change it. It can only happen by a board in a public meeting. That keeps everything above board, so the public knows what's going on. But when we make a recommendation that the property owner is happy with, They choose not to show up to the meeting, and we put it on the list so you can act on it. So we've got a recommendation to change the value or a recommendation to not change the value, and we've communicated with all of those property owners. So I would suggest you take that action on all of them. All of them have appealed, and you should take action. Now, we will have more of that as we get through the next month because we're still working with property owners. There's still some properties that we haven't looked at. There's still some property owners that we haven't talked to. So there'll be more of that stuff. Now, the property owners that you're going to see here one at a time are those that chose to show up. Our staff might have a recommendation to change some of those, and the appraiser will say that, or not change, but the property owner chose to appear to make an argument. Those people, we're happy with whatever our recommendation is, so I would suggest you act on those.
So Shannon, how many are on this list alone that you guys have sat back and talked to and come back with these recommendations? I mean, there's quite a few.
The total number, I'm not sure.
I just wanted to express how busy your guys' office were. I mean, you sat down, this was a rough year, so I mean, you probably
had-
sat,
Between the city and the county, we've had 1,200 appeals,
okay,
basically, that have gone through our office.
okay.
So that's a part of the
Part of it.
1,200, and there's probably a couple hundred there,
Yeah,
at least.
yeah,
We're working through all of those. So we have 1,200 appeals that went to the local boards, and not all of those are coming to the county board, but our office still has to deal with them.
Sure.
And then on top of that 1,200, there's all kinds of people that came into the office or called that didn't file a formal appeal.
okay,
So we have been incredibly busy.
yes. So you're saying on this 2023 county stipulation list, we could make a motion for approval,
I why not do both? The other list is,
partial,
to no change,
no change.
to leave the assessment as it is. So our recommendation is either to change it as indicated or not, as on the other spreadsheet. So when you do that, you are making a change to a property assessment based on the recommendation from our office.
Okay,
So
Sure.
in a month from now, we're going to blame all the changes on you.
yeah. Mr. Drews,
I would make a motion that the Board of Equalization accept the recommendations from the Equalization Office on the stipulation list and the no change list.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Any public comment? See none, any further comment from the board? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
If you have any questions on any one of those properties, find me or send me an email, and an appraiser could explain the reason for the change.
So on the no change list, they're gonna get a notification so that they can, if they decide to come forward, that they can.
They've already been told
noticed.
that we're making a recommendation
Okay.
to not change, and then we tell them to, if you wish to make an appointment to appear before the board, to call Joan and schedule that appointment. They have told us they're not going to do that.
Okay,
So we still have a whole bunch of them out there that haven't told us one way or the other, and that's a difficulty in scheduling these boards, is there's a set period of time where the board can meet. And if we've got a property owner that won't return a phone call and won't call Joan to schedule an appointment, we don't know what we've got. We're coming to a deadline where the board has to adjourn, and we're trying to contact people saying, can we talk about the property or schedule an appointment if you want to go? It's going to be busier at the end because of all of those.
I just wanted to clarify that. So now I see what you're saying. They know, and that's what the list is for. So between now and our last meeting, they could contact your office, say, or you guys could communicate.
The people on that list are not going to call back in and say, I want to appear
Okay.
before the board, because
Okay.
they told us they weren't going to. They could, but we talked to them, and they
Okay.
said, I'm not going to come.
Okay,
But yeah, they could, because the board meets for a certain period of time. But we try to be very clear, if you don't want to appear before the board, tell us that. because then we can schedule these meetings. What we don't want to do is schedule an appointment for every single one of those and have that many people then not show up.
Sounds good, Shannon. Looks like we're running on schedule.
Okay, so now we go into the people that do want to appear before the board, and the first one,
Mr. Chair, pardon me just a
Mr.
second. There's two lists that we have here, 100% exempt and past exempt. Were those ones that we've already?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't know if they were part of that first group. I just wanted to
Yes.
make sure because it wasn't all in the same packet.
that's part of the process we need to get better at next year.
I just didn't want to hold papers out that there we go.
So now we're to our schedule with our, yep, okay.
Yes, so Mr. Whitley is here, and Trevor from our office has comments about that property. Mr. Whitley. So what will happen is the property owner will come up, and an appraiser from our office will come up, and they'll each speak to the assessment of the property.
Would you like the assessor to go first, and then you follow up, sir?
Yeah, that's just fine. Mr. Chair, so which one are we doing?
It's Clint and Kristen Whitley first on our list.
Okay.
You got it?
Yep.
All right, and I have a copy for you too. All right, hello, my name is Trevor Abernathy with the Equalization Office. The property being appealed is the tax ID 10760, owned by Clint and Kristen Whitley. The address is 10251 Big Piney Road. This is accessed off West Highway 44, about 6 miles outside the city limits of Rapid City. The assessment went out at $539,200, and I did perform an interior-exterior inspection of this property. I'm recommending a change to that assessment to $505,300. That's $92,000 for the land and $413,300 on the improvements. This property is 4/10 of an acre, has a single-family residence and a 1978 detached garage with 576 square feet. The 5-bedroom, 3-bath, single-family residence was built in 1973 and was remodeled in 2020. It has 1,596 square feet above grade with 1,064 finished square feet in the basement. The property most recently sold in March of '21 for $452,900. Last year, we were assessed about 6% under this purchase price. The new assessment is considering the recent increase in the real estate market since the subject sale date of a year and a half ago. Recommended value of the 5053 is 11.57% above the purchase price, which is reasonable considering the local market increased from about 13 to 17% on average since in the last year, not to mention even a year and a half ago. The most comparable sales in the area also indicate the recommended value is fair and in line with market value for the subject property as of November 1st, 22. So I gave you a handout of the comparables there. The first one is kind of the lower end of the comparables. The last is the higher end. But really, if you look at what they're selling for, they support that 505,300. Upon inspection of the property, there was nothing that indicated the property would be worth less than what was paid in March of 2021. So again, my recommendation is to change the original assessment to the 505,300, which is 92,000 on the land and 413,300 on the improvements.
Thank you. Next, I'll let the applicant speak.
Yeah, thank you for your time this morning.
You gotta identify yourself. Clint?
Clint Whitley on 10251 Big Piney Road. Yes, I was just requesting a different assessed value for our home. Definitely fine with an increase. Definitely know there's market change there, and I was going to recommend 475,000 through some counsel that I've received on that. I looked at the comparables that were given, and looking at the one on Pier Lane, that one has a 4-car garage, so I believe there needs to be a deduction in that value. The one on Big Bend was a 2021 sale, so I don't know why that one would be used. The one on Hyseca Road seems fair. The Thunderhead Road is on Rapid Creek, so that totally skews the value on that. I did come with 2 comps that I think are very very comparable and very accurate. And I apologize for my inability to share. I wasn't sure I could leave these with you. But I have one on Nemo Road. It is 8300 Red Deer Road that sold for 430,000 just in this last the status date in would be September 2022. And then I have another one that was sold very recently as well in December 2022. This one is in the Rimrock area, 9925 West Highway 44 for $425,000 on that one.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Ross Connect.
so the one that sold for 430,000, what was the building area above grade on that one?
The total square footage is 2,500.
2,700?
2,500.
25? And then how about the one that sold for 425?
2,000.
2,000 square feet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we get a copy of those?
Yes, I will. I'll leave this for you. That was my mistake. I didn't know how to share that best.
Just to note, Commissioner, I believe that 2,500 and the 2,000 square feet was including basement.
Yeah, I needed just the main level.
Yeah, and we might be able to look those up. I don't have them in front of me.
The one with the 2,000 square foot also has. She just took it, but I know listed on there 1 to 5 acres. I think it has 2 point some acres on that as well. So smaller square footage, but that acreage would significantly.
So did you find those sales through multiple listing, or how did you find those?
Working with my realtor.
Okay. And then when you bought your home, going back to the sale of your home, you paid 452.
Yes.
Two?
Yeah.
Did you go through a realtor?
Yes.
What was the original list price then?
449. It's very close. I paid just a touch over. I believe that was 449.
And when was that?
March 2021.
Okay.
21.
And it's been my impression that since March 21 that, the market maybe the market's going to slow down in the future because of interest rates, but everything that I've seen, nothing's slowed down in the residential market since March to, last year.
That's why I am in agreement of increase of price. It just, when we saw that initial jump in the price, it was significant. And we looked at the property, came out and was very nice in looking at that. We got that down to 505, 300. So very close, 505,000 we'll stick with. And so I looked and saw those comparables, came up with the number with my realtor at 475,000 would be a little bit more of an appropriate number.
Who's your realtor?
Jeremy Kaler.
Okay. Now, can I ask Trevor a question?
Sure.
So can you we're just looking at this out of the taken care of now, because we're going to be seeing a lot of these spreadsheets. What is an Olympic average? Because I've never used that in my appraisal.
So the Olympic average is something that our CAMA system, the computer-assisted mass appraisal system, provides. It's not necessarily something that we use just because it's a lot of averaging involved. It uses our market approach that we generate and the 5 comparable sale adjusted prices, and then the weighted estimate, and it drops the high and the low and averages what's in between. So it's kind of just kind of a benchmark, but I don't know that I'd hang my hat on that number.
Okay, that way
Yeah.
we won't hang our hat on it when
Sure.
we look at these. And then
Sure.
what about the weighted estimate? So the weighted estimate, is that taking your 5 comparable sales?
Correct.
And weighing them?
So on this comparable sheet anyway, we have the sale price of each comparable, and then we adjust those sale prices. Like Clint was saying, the one on Pier Lane, yes, it has a larger garage, a 1,344 square foot garage. We will adjust that sale price down because it's superior to the subject in that regard. So if you look at the adjusted sale price line on the very bottom, on comp 3, you can see it sold for 540, but we're saying it's indicating a value of 525,000 because it's superior in some way. Then that weighted estimate is basically a weighted average of the adjusted sale prices of those comparable properties based on their comparability.
Okay. And uh, relative to the quality of the sales and the subject property, what, just ballpark, what are you using for a difference when you adjust for the main living area? So you got 1,000 square feet compared to 900. How do you treat that other 100? Is it $50 a square foot, $100 a square foot?
I don't have that number
Okay.
specifically in front of me. It's different per market area. I believe it's somewhere in the realm of 60 to 70, but I can't tell you that 100% on this.
The program does that then, I'm assuming.
Yes, it's based on all the sales and basically the algorithm that determines what the sale prices are indicating a price per square foot on that
Okay.
coefficient, so.
Another thing to note on the Rimrock and the Nemo Road property comps that I gave you there, you can see number of acres. There's, the Nemo has 1.23 and the Rimrock has 2.5 acres. As to be add significant value to that property, which might, compare to, the quality of my home. I had some renovations done, and that was one of the discussion points we had, is that I've got some solid core doors. Two of the floors, not the third, has some new Anderson windows in it, just giving it some nicer features to it. There was some updates to it, and a lot of those updates were, initially, there's a few nice pieces, but then there's a lot of little lower quality updates that were done as well that are tough to see with just a quick assessment. But yeah, so that's what I came up with and in requesting that $475,000 assessment value.
So Clint, you're suggesting it should be 475 by some of the comparables that you found, and you don't know the condition of these insides of these other houses or anything more than just the research that the Realtor found available. So you're in the same boat as some of the comparables. Am I correct?
Other than, and this is, I mean, not factual, I guess I can't prove that, but, one of these properties, I believe, was my realtor's that he sold.
Okay. But personally, you hadn't
Personally,
been
correct.
inside the property, know the conditions, so you're just going by the data that's been given to you.
And same thing as what's on these comparables, that these have been assessed that way without stepping
Yep.
foot inside the homes.
And so it's fair to say that with Trevor he did make some adjustments to the 505, and that's not acceptable to you.
Correct.
Okay. I'll go to the board for any further discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Levin?
unless my math is wrong, I think even Trevor, putting it 505 after reevaluating, that's actually less than our market increase in appreciation. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Well, that's in relation to his purchase price.
In relation,
Yes.
correct. I
Yes.
fully agree that our market is not what a normal market would be, so we're having to kind of figure it out as we go, and that's why we have you guys to go out there and take a look and see if there's any mitigating factors. So, I think it's in line with what the market is going. I can't imagine, you're right. You wouldn't probably sell your home today because you bought it, a year and a half ago, and you want to stay there, right?
Correct.
But if somebody offered you $505,000, would you take it if you needed to move?
Probably.
Yep.
That's far higher than what we've discussed with my realtor that we would be able to sell that for.
And it might be, but there's people that are putting houses on the market that, I'm in the market looking for a house, just so you know. So I've watched some of these homes, and many of these homes are listed way higher than what I think, but there's people that are buying them out from underneath me. I'll go in and put an offer, and then somebody will come in and put a $25,000 higher offer. So someone's willing to pay if that's the home that meets all their criteria and all their needs. But the market in the area is showing that the homes are going up. So I think the value is appropriate. Now, if you're worried about the taxes on that, that's a whole different conversation. And I don't know if you've ever heard Shannon Rittberger's presentation, but he gave a great one the other day that shows it doesn't matter what your assessed value is. It really matters what we set our budget at is how it's going to impact your taxes.
Yes, that's essentially what I'm concerned about. I plan to be in that house for another 5 to
Well,
10 years.
Clint, we get a lot of this throughout the years where a person actually got a pretty good deal. And, as Mr. Laster had said, I've got a property out in the hills too that I bought 3 years ago that I thought was too high back then, but it's gone up to just like what yours is. And it's understandable, the markets has changed, and the equalization is trying to be as fair as possible, and that's why they're called the equalization offices, to try and make everything as fair as possible. And it's unfortunate the hills have been lagging behind a little bit, but it's the market driven. So I'm with Laster I kind of agree with Trevor. I think he come out and he took a look, walked through your property, and I think he reduced it down to what he could, and I think it's fair for the market.
And
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Go ahead.
just
Trevor.
one more comment on that, the value of that home, and I'm well aware of the market. I played the game in 2021. It was a rough one. Had this home, if you look at the history of this home, it felt that bump. It was in the 230s, I believe, is what this home originally was, and then the updates. So it's almost doubled in price. So it's felt that huge increase of this crazy market that we've gotten. So that's where I was coming in to just present today to share my concerns with not just mine, but I see it in our community of the tax increases that when we bought our homes, and there's still that little bit of climb there, that's big climb that's happening, and the residents are concerned. And I know the comment that was made that it'll be your guys' fault from that office, we will be praising you guys for taking care of the taxpayers. So just a side comment on that. So
I guess my comment was going to be, if your property was located, let's just say Wasta, then I could, then you really got a case. But you got to admit, Johnson Siding, Hill City, Keystone Hill City Road, that's kind of where I live, and we're getting a hit because that's where people want to move. They want to be on Rimrock Highway. They want to be on the Hill City Keystone Road. They want to be on the Nemo Road. I know two people that just totally did not like their assessment and said, I'm going to sell my house. And guess what? They're not selling it for they're selling it for more than what is assessed at. See, and I've seen two examples of that. So, it's a crazy market. Has it been about 12 months since you bought your house?
no, it's we're going on 24 months.
4 months?
Yeah.
So, you're looking at 2.5% increase per month if you go from 452.2 to 5053. I don't see anything real alarming about this, but I do appreciate you actually bringing in some market evidence that we can look at.
Okay.
So many people, they never give us anything to work with, so I appreciate you taking the time to talk to a realtor.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Glenn. At this time, we don't have any motion on the floor.
Sure.
Mr. Drews.
I'd make a motion that on tax ID number 10760, that we accept the recommendation of the Equalization Office of 505,300.
Do we need to break it out, or is that good enough for Shannon?
Broken out on the sheet.
It's broken out on the sheet, but we don't have to
It's
say it.
good. We have a motion?
Sarah, do you need that?
I guess I will put it in the minutes. You might want to break it down just for the
Okay.
record, yeah.
So that would be the land at 92,000, improvements at 413,300, for a total of 505,300.
Second.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Lassiter. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Clint.
Then I believe we're moving on to Atlantis at 66096 is the next one here. And this one, I went out and looked at the property, did an interior, exterior on it. They will not be appearing today. We agreed on a value change due to some significant issues that were found that needed to be adjusted for. So my recommendation on this property is to change the assessment to $194,000 on the land and $205,700 on the improvements, for a total of $399,700.
Mr. Chair, that'd be my motion.
Moved by Lassiter,
Second.
seconded by Drews. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Trevor.
Good morning, Board. I think we're moving on to tax ID 64835 for TRC Gateway. And we're checking right now to see if the tax rep has called in. Nothing? Okay. I've been in communication through email. The tax rep hasn't really sent any supporting data for what they were indicating a value. So I just have a recommendation of no change. I expected them to be at least on a phone call today, but I guess they're not here.
So no phone call, no Zoom, no contact. Okay.
They
Go ahead, Rod.
made the hearing, so they're the ones that made this appointment, so they would know what time
Okay.
and how to contact and do all that. So my recommendation is to make no change, which keeps the value at $30,846,200. That breaks down into the land at $1,299,000, and the building at $29,547,200.
Is there a motion from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
just a couple questions. Can you tell us just a little bit about this property, Rod?
Sure. This is a 216-unit apartment complex over on Marlin Drive, so that's just off Elkville,
Okay.
near the Elks Golf Course. This recently sold for $32,900,000, and as you can see, our current valuation is below that sale price. One of the emails that I exchanged with the tax rep is he felt that they overpaid that 32 million, which I agreed with, which is also why our value is a little lower than the sale price. Our value comes off an income model that we created, and so it's supported with what we believe to be a good representation of market rents, a cap rate that's pulled directly off of sales, so it's a direct cap rate that's sourced locally. So we create an income model. We have about 500 properties within that income model. They're bracketed into different groups, anywhere from fair quality up to excellent quality. There's 6 different brackets of quality, or what we actually call an investment class. And this falls into the very good, so there's still another level above this. And so we make adjustments every year based on the sales that we see. We compare those sales to what we anticipated the income value to be. That gives us a ratio, and that tells us kind of where to make adjustments. We made adjustments in this category in rents. So our market rents were lower than what we were seeing they were actually getting. So we made adjustments to this category in our rents, which created.
How many unit types did this property have? 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms? So for each,
I think you have a spreadsheet.
for each bedroom type, you have a rent though, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you apply those rents and you come up with a gross rent.
Mhm.
And then what are you using for an expense ratio, just ballpark?
For this category, it's about 40%.
Okay,
Now, that does include property taxes, which if we need to, we can load the cap rate and pull those out.
and then what are you using for cap rate?
For this group, we're at 6.6.
Oh, that's pretty low cap rate.
6.6%,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, we're seeing the higher qualities are getting the lower cap rates.
So if you analyze the last sale of this property, you use your income model, then did you extract the cap rate out of this sale?
This particular one, I did not, because I don't have their expenses.
Okay.
I got no data from.
I'd just be curious if you used the 40%, what kind of a cap rate you'd get?
Yeah, I would say it'd be pretty close to that, but I
Yeah.
didn't get their expenses. We have a lot of expenses. Typically, when we do an appeal like this, if they give us all their data, now we have their expenses, so we keep that on file. So if we do get a sale later on, then we can extract.
I'm assuming they
cap rate.
didn't give you any expenses or income.
I got nothing.
Okay.
And they're not here, so I don't know.
Mr. Chair.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Mr. Laster?
Rod, I'm in agreement with what you've got here, but I do have a question. I'm looking at this ATA Alliance Tax Advisors, and the notice says $30 million as the value, but they're saying their estimation is $16 million. Did they send you any documentation to back that up or anything of that nature?
Well, he initially said $16 million, and then I sent him an email saying that doesn't make any sense. So then he said he meant to say 26 million.
Oh.
So it's a lot of that type of stuff.
But if you paid $32 million, I know you overpaid, but it's worth it to you.
Yeah, I mean, I never got to a good, rational, logical conversation with him, so I don't know how we got there.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, Mr. Drews.
I would make a motion to approve tax ID number 64835 as recommended by the Equalization Office, the land of $1,299,000, the building at $29,547,200, for a total of $30,846,200.
Second.
Moved by Drews, seconded by Laster. Mr. Laster?
Rod, one last question. What did you use for vacancy? Anything?
3%.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any public comment? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries.
All right, Trevor Abernathy again here with the Equalization Office. I'll just go ahead and introduce this next one here. The tax ID is 48819, and the owners are Christina and Alan Enderly. Hopefully I said that correctly. The address is 24336 Rushmore Ranch Road. This is southwest of Rapid City off Highway 40 between Keystone and Hermosa. The assessment went out at $546,200. After performing an interior and exterior inspection, I'm recommending a change to $508,900. This is $143,600 for the land and $365,300 on the improvements. The property is 5.34 acres, has a single-family residence and a utility building with 960 square feet that was built in 2002. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single-family home, built in 1999, has 1,505 square feet above grade over a crawl space, with an attached 508 square foot garage. What was that? 408. I've got 508 with my measurements on there anyway. And we do measure the exterior of the structure, so there could be a difference there. After the inspection of the property, it was found that we had some data incorrect. There was a jog in the garage where we actually reduced square footage by a little bit in the house. And I recommended the change in value there, and that's also viewed the comparable sales that support that recommended value. A significant reason for the increase on this property was the land value. So even with my recommendation, we are looking at a 30% increase from last year, which is a significant number. But land value in the area has increased significantly. It was apparent that our land value was too low previously based on what properties were selling for. So we were assessed at $71,800 last year, and on this parcel, we're now at $143,600. The two best land comparable sales are tax ID 63497. It was 3 acres, which sold for $165,000 on September 8th of 22, and 48815, which is 4.09 acres. This sold for $180,000 on September 23rd, both of which are about 600 feet from the subject property. As for improved sales, comparable 2 and 4 bracket the subject property. Comp 2 is 500 square feet less with no basement, sold for $425,000. Comp 3 is 329 square feet larger and also has no basement. It sold for $668,000. Again, I would recommend no change to the assessment, or to change the assessment, to the $508,900. That's $143,600 on land, 365.3 on improvements.
Okay, thank you, Trevor. Next, we have Alan and Christina.
Yes.
Alan,
Yes.
you're up, sir.
Okay, well, now, this is our first time to do something like this, so we're not greatly prepared, and
Sure.
we don't have as much information as we'd like to, or, I mean, we'd like to take up your whole day if we could, but we're not gonna be able to. So,
Well,
but
Kevin, or not, excuse me, Alan, one good thing I can tell you that Pennington County does is you can go to property search and you can look up other people's properties that are in your area. So in the future, when you say you're not prepared, that's one of the great things about our equalization office is that you can go around and look at comparables.
the information is
You
available.
bet, it is.
That's good. That's good to know. We did come up with one thing. We came up with a value estimate,
From
Real-
Realtor.com.
Realtor.com. And it's based on all the available information that they could gather of 446,300. And that's just for our property. We were looking at other properties, but we weren't really sure how to proceed with this.
Sure.
Other than to say that 30% seemed really excessive in 1 year. On top, that's on top of the increase we already got
Yeah.
that we're paying this year. So it's not like it wasn't increased already. And I mean, other than that, what I'd probably say is nobody knows what the sales are going to be this year. And this assessment came early in this year, before we really even have any information. The market could drop, could go up. We don't have any information on it yet.
So Alan, these are, the numbers that they come up with are as of November of last year. So you're absolutely right and correct. We don't know what this year is going to bring. These are from the year before.
Right, but
And
we got an increase for that.
yes. And so one of the things that and I'm in the same boat, and each commissioner up here as you guys are, if we went to sell our home, are we better to stay in it? Because if we sell it, we're going to end up paying the same amount. So and that's what the equalization board is all about, is being equal to everybody, making fair. So you're absolutely right. They do the best they can. You looked up Realtor.com, and I think sometimes those are good to look at. I don't know. Ron's an appraiser. I've seen this when I've looked up property too. Is it fair and inaccurate? They know about as much as you put in. You know what I'm saying? So, I just want that, but you see, Trevor made an adjustment, and I guess to me, when you look at that assessment of 508 and 900, I know it's an increase compared to what you've had, and Trevor's made some adjustments on it. But if you were to sell your property, could you go out and buy another one for that?
That's the question.
It is.
The thing is, though, we're not going to sell.
I know.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskine.
So when I look at these, what I normally do is I take a look at the sale price. This is just, because I appraise real estate for a living, I don't do residential, but I do commercial. So what I normally do is I just look at a sale price, and the first thing I do is take the sale price and divide it by the size of the building. And if it's got a basement, I don't include the basement. You factor that later on. So if I take your sale price, I don't know how long's it been since you bought your property?
2007.
2007. So you've owned it a while. I think we all agree that the market's gone up considerably since then. But if I take what they're thinking your assessed value is and I divide it by 1,505, I come out with $304 a square foot. Comparable sale one, 410 a square foot. Comparable sale two, 425 a square foot. Comparable three, 280 a square foot. Then you're back to 364 a square foot for comp four and 345. So when you just kind of look at it that way, take some of the paint out, 304 really doesn't look too bad based on Trevor's suggested the adjustment in the assessed value. That's just one way to look at it.
Well, but our garage is smaller than any of these assessed
And when I do that, it's just
properties.
ballpark, but
It
then
has a
you,
smaller deck than any of the assessed properties. Some of these properties have a finished lower level, which we don't have. And then the other thing was, most of these properties were built. They're much newer than our property.
and
And
maybe
then,
that's why their unit values are higher than 304.
and then they also have, some of these properties have an extra bath, which adds value to the building. Plus, we don't have any wooden floors in our building. We only have carpeting and vinyl flooring. So
Well, I would
that's what
assume
I
that,
could,
you know,
that's what I.
Trevor looked at that when he made these adjustments, I'm assuming.
That's correct. And one of the reasons why I made the adjustment on the assessment was due to the interior finish on the home. It was less than what we were expecting from the exterior. So that's one of the reasons the adjustment was made. As far as the garages and other items being different on these comparable sales, we did make adjustments to those. That's where, again, that adjusted sale price line comes into play. So, you can look at that one that sold for $668. That does have a little bit more square footage on it and is slightly nicer. We made an adjustment down to an indicated value of 604 based on that sale. So we do take those into consideration when we look at those.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
and I'll point out, and maybe sometimes we have to point it out a little bit different to the citizens. I had my house appraised, and they walked through everything, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and all of that, and they gave me a value, and they did comps just like this. What they did is they showed me how they came up with that comp. They said, okay, this house on this amount of land had 4 bedrooms, so we decreased, your value, and that's why theirs is higher in that area. Yours has a wood fireplace, theirs has a built-in fireplace, so we decrease your value, increase, so whenever our assessors look at that, they're appraising it based on whether you have the wood floors, whether you have, so they're doing it with all the information that they have, and they're doing it just like an appraiser would. And so whenever they come up with that value, they've already looked at, well, this one's got 3 bedrooms, this one's got 4 bedrooms, so we're gonna make an adjustment there, just like Trevor was talking about there. So, they look at all of those aspects, and it's just important to keep that in mind, that the value comes out after either adding value or decreasing value based on how it meets the market comps. Does that make sense?
I can understand that. My main problem is that it's like getting 2 assessments in 1 year. The first assessment, we're paying. Oh, no, this year's, it was last year's, right?
Yeah.
So, but that assessment was done in November of last year, right?
For the tax bill that you got in January, that was November of 2021.
Oh, okay,
And,
so
and
this,
then the 2022
Oh, that's-
November assessment is going to affect taxes payable in 2024.
so that's,
Yeah.
that's where I was having a problem. I thought I was getting 2 assessments in 1 year.
No.
No, this, just one every year. It comes out in March. It just happens to come out after the tax bill.
Okay, so just,
Mr. Chair,
Well, would anyone buy our property for 500? And
you want to
five,
buy it?
would you
If,
buy it
if
for
I
that
had, if I had
amount
the
of
funds, I would,
money?
yes.
I don't
But
think, I don't
that,
think,
we're ultimately looking at a hypothetical sale, price of what it would sell for based on comparable. So, the fact that I would buy it or not doesn't affect the market value of it. We're looking at the market evidence of what would it sell for, so.
If you put it on the market, what it could sell for,
Yes.
what we would expect it to sell for.
Exactly.
Just like if you went to a realtor and said, hey, would like to sell our home, where do we put it? This work that they've done, your realtor would probably say that this is probably a fair market value that you could put your home on, and you might get it. Now, you might get it plus, or you might get it a little less, but with our market, that's kind of what we're seeing. You're getting what they put it out there on the market for, plus.
So the property right next door to us sold for $395 last year. Or was it this year?
I think this.
It was this year, early February.
Yes, it was,
$395, it's got
Three,
one or 2 acres less than we have.
One.
But,
I did look at that and consider that sale, but it is a 1996 double-wide manufactured home. And it's not comparable to the subject property other than location and.
Is there stick built?
Yes, there's a stick built.
You know, if there's a bright side to this, with these interest rates, and all the realtors that I've talked to, although I appraise commercial real estate, I said, how's that residential market? It's going down. I mean, and the interest rates are doing that, the buying power of younger people.
Yeah.
And when you had 3% interest rates, people could, I mean, that's absurd. And when's the last time you saw 3% interest rates? Everybody's buying everything, and then they were paying more than what they had it listed. Well, now, when you're in that 7 to 8%, that market's going to cool down. So maybe in a year, if you come back here, you're going to find that our sales might not be so aggressive as they are now.
Yeah.
so it just changes year to year.
Correct.
Yeah, Alan,
It will.
and we appreciate you coming, and Ron gave a good example of how the market was, and Shannon's very good at explaining that if the market goes down, they'll readjust the property that way too. But one of the things that we've heard in our community is we've been under for quite a while compared to the country, and so, yeah, we took a big jump, but I don't see it going any further. I think we're gonna level out where we're at right now. And for that exact reason, the interest rates are gonna cool that market but I think our values this is what gonna be the new norm.
Yeah.
Rushburn Ranch Estates, that's God's country. That's
That's
really
right.
nice
I
up
mean,
there.
Try to buy 5 acres in a house anywhere for that,
Yeah.
Although we do see them.
Yeah.
What did we find? Well, it's like 2 acres, much bigger house, brand new brick. And what was it? 440,
$399.
399. So, I mean, they're available, but
Depending on the location, yeah.
location.
Yeah. Your location's a pretty hot spot. Just to say,
It is what it
Yeah.
is, I guess, honey.
But, let me just reiterate that each one of these commissioners up here, we've all felt the same pain as you're doing. It's not like
Well, Trevor did a good job. He
Yeah.
came out,
Right.
he did what he could,
yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion to recommend Trevor's suggested land value of 143.6, improvements at 365.3 for a total of 508,900, indicating a $37,300 negative adjustment.
Moved by Mr. Roskinek,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Drews. Any further comment? Alan, do you guys have any further? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you for coming in, though.
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks. That's not ours, right? No, that's not ours. Thank you.
And,
Derek is here from our office, and Miss Rice is on Zoom. So Joan is trying to find her.
So that one. And next we have Carol Rice, and Derek, you're going to present?
Yes. And before we get started here, I just wanted to make sure that everyone has the information I gave to Joan last week. It's headlined 2023 Board of Equalization Appeals and Tax ID 53079 in the upper right-hand corner. Okay. And Carol, can you hear me okay?
Carol, can you hear us? You might be muted, Carol.
Where, yeah, she might be. And I provided the document that I give you gentlemen. Carol has a copy of that as well. I sent her an email with it last week.
I'm on.
Okay, thanks, Carol. Derek's going to present, and then I'll go to you, Carol.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Derek Dalen, and I'm an appraiser with Pennington County Equalization. The subject property we are talking about has a tax ID of 53079. and it is located at 515 Pine Avenue in Hill City. And I am recommending that the assessed value of $118,500 be upheld. That gives us a land value of $42,200 and an improvement value of $76,300, again for a total of $118,500. And the subject property, it's 515 Pine Avenue in Hill City. It is within city limits. It's the south end of Hill City. It's about a block west off of Main Street. And the subject property, it's 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 684 square feet. It's considered fair quality of construction, and it is over a crawl space. The house was built in 1895, and it has a lot size of 0.40 acres. And with this property, comparable sales, they were a challenge due to the age and size of the house. Comparable sales, they range in year built from 1885 to 1948. And their above ground square footage ranges from 1,143 square feet to 1,635. Comparable sales 1 through 4, they have basement with comps 1 through 3 having finished basements. Then comps 1 and 5, they also have garages as well that are 720 square feet for comp 1, then about 400 square feet for comp 5. Then there's deck and patio square footage that ranges from a small deck at 68,000 square feet to almost 1,100. Then qualities of construction, they range for the comps from fair plus through average plus, and the sale prices for the comps range from 207,000 through 413,000. Then the most comparable sales, there's comps 4 and 5, and comp 5 especially, although it is quite a bit bigger than the subject and a higher quality of construction. With the detached garage, it is similar in style, year built, and condition of the subject, and it also does not have a basement. Then comp 4 is fairly similar as well, although it is newer, it's a little smaller, has an unfinished basement. And so with the subject property, it was listed for sale in conversations with Carol about her place. It was listed for $325,000 in July of 2021. Now that list price, it was dropped in 2021, I believe, September to $290,000. And the subject property, it never did sell. In conversations with Carol, she had interest around $200,000 for the subject property. And conversations with Carol, her biggest concern is the land value of the property. The house, it sits on a pretty steep hill. The side of the hill was cut into to make a build site for the house. And so when I considered land sales, that was one of the biggest things I looked at was bare lots that shared that similar topography. They would need some considerable excavation to come up with a build site, cut in a road and that side of things. So land sales, again, these are within the city limits of Hill City. Land sales range from $22,000 to $44,000, and from 0.28 acres to 0.52 acres. And they're again within the city limits of Hill City. And so with that, and again, those land sales, they share the same topography. And just again, with that, I'm recommending that the assessed value of $118,500 be upheld with $42,200 on the land and $76,300 on the improvements for a total of $118,500.
Thank you, Derek.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
actually, friends of mine bought the Pine Mountain Avenue sale,
Okay.
and he lost on that because he thought he was gonna go in there with a skid steer. They had to get an excavator. I mean, that's how bad that was.
It's on rock, isn't it? I mean,
And, yeah, and I used to
Yeah.
live on Ponderosa Avenue, so I understand that.
Yeah.
And all the good lots have been sold, and so now when you start going south, you get into there again, steep and rocky. But I don't think, you'd be hard pressed to find a lot for sale in Hill City. I mean, the subject lot has already been excavated.
Yes.
And then the utility is there. There is a home on it. I'm assuming for Hill City, you gotta have 2 off-street parking spots. Is that, subject site, does it have off-street parking?
It does. I mean, there's where, that's South Avenue where Pine Avenue ends. There is a driveway there where there's a personal property carport where it would be tandem parking, but there would be room for 2 cars. I mean, 2 extended cab long box trucks, probably not, but 2 cars, yes.
Can you parallel park on, Pine Avenue?
Not where the subject property is, no. It's the very southern end. It's a pretty narrow street.
So is this,
The northern end of Pine Avenue, I believe you could park the street there, but where the subject's located, there is a no.
so where the subject is that where it overlooks that, bare lot between that separates her from the school?
It's right, I'll say down the hill from the Hill City Shop building. And if you look on, I think it's page 4 or 5 in your packet, it's bare land comparable sales. That'll have a map of the sales and relative to the subject. That might help as well. But it's just right east down the hill, I'll say, of the Hill City Shop building.
In behind the little white church.
Yes, thank you, Carol, in behind the
Yeah.
little white church.
And it's got Hill City water and sewer?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
Carol, yep, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I have a
Mr. Lester.
So reading through the package and the original land value last year was 38,400, so an increase of 4,000 for the land is how I'm reading this. Is that correct?
Yes, it was about, throughout Hill City, about a 10% increase in land values.
And that's the only piece of this that she's arguing that I see.
Conversations that I've had with Carol, yes, that's her biggest concern is the land value.
Okay, so my next question then is this: in the letter that she submitted, kind of justifying, she's requesting it to be devalued from the current assessment of 42,000 because she can't access it or something of that nature. Do you know what that situation is?
I believe she's referencing, from behind her house or immediately west, there's the City of Hill City Shop building, and there's a road that basically dead ends there. And it's, and Carol, she's been in contact with the City of Hill City about having access, where it's my understanding where that road would come down and possibly connect with Pine Avenue to, I won't say through street, but provide additional access to the subject property outside of Pine Avenue.
Okay. Any further
Am I
questions?
supposed to answer?
Just a minute, Carol. You done?
You know that the issue is that the city built that city shop there and they never notified any property owners, but so I thought maybe they would give us access to come in through the west side of the lot, and they have told me definitely no. Well, that leaves BLM. I could try them and see if I could come up from the south, kind of the south side behind the little white church, and then I'd have to talk to the little white church. But you can't access that property up there from the little white church either. They have the same issue. They're totally up against a bank that cannot, well, it would have to be excavated at a very huge cost, and that's their parking lot and their church. Their church butts up to the bank. Our carport butts up to the bank. Our house butts up to the bank. There's about 5 feet between our house and the bank. I cannot access that property up there without going into my neighbor's property, which they let me do. David Julie Gray let me do that. And I go up there because we've had to spray the trees and I can't access the lot. And I've had to cut down some trees on the bank so they don't fall onto the carport. I've had to do that by walking through up the Gray's property. And that's bad access also. I mean, they don't have good access either. And they have the city water tanks up behind them.
Okay, so
So
maybe,
it's
maybe I'm confused, but you can't access your lot because of this, or you can access your lot?
More property.
We can access the front of our property from Pine Avenue. That's where our house is, on a very small portion of the lot. But we cannot access, I mean, you could climb up it if you wanted to take the chance of falling down it, but you could climb up to the lot. And I do. I climb up there and I've cut trees on the bank. And we've had the trees sprayed when the bug issue was going on. So you can get there, but you have to get permission from the neighbors, or you can't. I mean, if there were a fire up there, I couldn't put it out. I couldn't do anything about it because I can't access my property from the west side. And then I can't access it from my side because we're against the bank.
I
So
got you.
I can access my house and my carport. Our carport's flat on the bank.
Okay, I understand
And we
now.
love the house. Okay.
So Derek, did you go out there and look at that? Can they not access that upper half, that west side of that piece of property? Like she's.
Right, I mean, that's
We can-
steep. I mean,
So
it's
so it's
mountain
steep.
goat steep, yes. The house, the side of the hill was cut into to create a building site for the house. So and that's shared with properties along Pine Avenue there. It's steep behind the house. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue that.
So how does that impact the land value if you can't use half of your land or even access it without climbing up a hill?
Where with land values, for topography concerns like this, we consider what it would sell for. And some of the land sales that I mentioned, a couple years ago, they did sell for those lower values. When you start seeing 22,000 to 24,000 for about half acre in Hill City, there's some consideration there for why those lots are selling like that. And that has to do with the expense that comes with excavating to create a build site. And once a property has a build site, the thought is that since it's sold, the build site is there, maybe a house has started being built. Since that was cured of sorts, that a consideration or an adjustment is no longer needed for the land value, since a house can be put there and there's now a driveway there, or those considerations have been met, so that adjustment is no longer needed. Parcels that have adjustments for topography, they're bare lots. No construction has started or taken place.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskin.
a good level lot with paved access. I sold one 2 years ago, about 7,000 square feet, on the corner of Pine Avenue and McGregor Street
Okay.
for $95,000. Had a mobile home on there.
I think that's clear at the other end of
Okay.
Pine Avenue. Pine Avenue's a long
Okay,
avenue.
Carol, he's speaking.
No, I'm just saying
Okay, I'm
this
sorry.
would be right across from the Catholic Church, Carol.
Now, are you done?
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what a good level lot.
Okay.
Carol, now's the time for you to express your thoughts on this, please.
Well, I'm not exactly sure where he's speaking about, but that's clear. That's down farther north on Pine Avenue, and it's flat down there. When you get to our part of Pine Avenue, you're going up a hill to get to our property. We're at the very end of Pine Avenue in a little cul-de-sac behind the white church, and we've got maybe 25, 35, 40, 45 feet for where our house is sitting, but it narrows. When we built our carport, we had to get a variance for the southeast pole of our carport because it was too close to Pine Avenue. And we had to notify 11 people. And yet the city builds a lot that locks us in from the west side or locks us out from the west side of our lot. And they don't have to notify anybody.
Bring them up after this. Thank you, Carol. So could you please tell me what you're requesting, the reduction of what you would like to see the land at? Because the recommendation is 118,500 with the land at 42,200 and the structure at 76,300. That is their recommendation, and as we've heard today, there has been property sales that support that, Derek's recommendations. So your concern is with the property. What is, what do you think that the property should be assessed at?
Well, since it's unusual to me, I would suggest zero. But if somebody came in there and wanted to put the money in to excavate, because that's what I was thinking of doing. My sister wants to sell the house. I really did not want to sell the house. So I put that high price on the house at $325, but the realtor assured me we could sell it, and we couldn't. But then I never heard from the realtor unless I called him. So finally we dropped the price, and it still didn't sell at the 290 or whatever that was. And so my sister still wants to sell. I still don't, but I'm more willing because of circumstances. So we'll just lower it again this year. And I don't know. I mean, if we can't use the property without excavation, then it's not worth a lot to us, other than to have to climb up there and take care of it, take care of the trees, and to take care of the bank. That's all we're doing is just putting money into it just to maintain it. And,
Sure. So Carol,
the property.
I do have a question for you. It was brought up that the property's been up for sale. His total assessment's at 118, and you had it up for over 300 when the market was hot in the area, and you've lowered it down to over
Yes.
200,000. And he's got it assessed at 118, so it seems fair to say that he's undervaluing the property if you think it's at 200,000.
Okay, I see your point. I totally see your point. I just don't think it's worth a lot when you can't use it.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go to the board, Carol, at this point in time, unless you have any other comments.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. I'd look to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Can I ask Commissioner Roskinek a question?
Yes.
Commissioner Roskinek, are you familiar with this particular land?
Yeah, I mean, it's steep. You know, with that being said, if you can't adequately park two vehicles, I think there's some loss of utility. And with that being said, I could make a motion that we go to 116.3 with 40,000 on the land and 76.3 on the building. That would be a total of 116.3 in the spirit of compromise.
So Mr. Drews has made a motion. Is there?
I would agree to that.
Oh, okay. And there's been,
If that was a motion, I'd second that.
Okay,
and there's
that
been.
was a
a-
motion.
And there's been a second, so could repeat those numbers again, please.
Thank you.
Ron, repeat those numbers.
Motion 40,000 on the land, 76.3 on the building, for a total of 116,300.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
Derek, your input on that?
I mean, I think our initial land value of 42,200, it's a fair value based off of the sales that we have. And again, since there's an improvement to the property, that there's no further reduction needed to the land value, because there's a house there. Now, the details of Hill City zoning and needing to park 2 cars there, that I'm not as well versed in. And again, that comes back to Carol's desire to possibly put a second house on the subject property, not knowing more about the ins and outs of Hill City zoning. Is that feasible? That I don't know of, but I am comfortable and confident with our land value at 42,200.
Okay, thank you, Derek. And Carol, I just want to remind you that from the sounds of you trying to sell this property, you're lowering the value of your property when you, to the market. So I just want to remind you that I understand the spirit of compromise, but I do think this was a fair assessment for this property, so I just wanted to make my point. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I think I would agree. I
Blaster.
think it was a fair assessment based on the numbers because the land value didn't go up that much. So just wanted to agree with that.
Okay, at this point in time, Carol, we're going to go to a vote, okay?
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to do Roll call vote, please, for the motion by Mr. Ross Connect.
Okay. Ross Connect,
Aye.
Drews,
Aye.
Lassiter,
No.
and LaCroy.
No.
So 2-2.
So we've hit a tie, so we either have some more discussion or we offer a second motion. Carol, do you understand what just happened?
I certainly do, and I'm willing to just go with what Derek has said. I mean,
Oh.
I trust him, and if that's what he thinks, that's what he thinks, because I'll probably try and sell it again this summer.
Okay, thank you, Carol. So with that being said, I would make the motion to go with the recommendations of Derek, which was the land at 76,300 and the land at 42,200.
And I would second that, but you said land and land, it's the structures at 76
Oh.
and the land at 42, but you said land and land.
I rescind that. So it'd be the structure 76,300, land at 42,200.
Second.
With a total of 118,500, and we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Carol.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you.
And Derek.
Thank you. Thanks for doing it. Bye-bye.
Okay, folks, we have a little bit of an issue. Do we need, I couldn't read, I was trying to do two things at one time. What did you? Get through these ones, then call back. Is he online now?
He's online now.
Okay.
Wait till we got a no-show.
Come back. Okay, next on our agenda is Brianna Davis with Mr. Kirkaby.
Yes.
Okay,
Tax ID 39190. I'm Brianne Davis, an appraiser at Pennington County Equalization. The property being appealed is owned by Mark Kirkaby. The address is 13792 Clydesdale Road, Rapid City. This property is being assessed at $1,022,500. This property last sold in 2020 for $600,000 before the rise in the market. Since then, he has added a shop. I was denied a property inspection. This property is on 10.45 acres with a single-family residence that was built in 1995. The square footage on the home is 1,712 with a finished basement. Home has had some remodel before his purchase. Floors, bathrooms, some windows between 2016 and 2020. The market has also gone up in this area in 21 and 22 with a significant increase in land in the neighborhood. I don't know if you have this. I did make you a copy. Thank you. You're welcome. Some of the most comparables that I found were 1, 2, and 3 that were most like the subject. 1 is older, it has less basement square footage, and it also has a shop. Comparable 2, newer, does have more land, more square footage, but less basement finish than the subject. And 3, older, it's very dated, it does have more maintenance that is required on the home, and it has 2 shops. The owner is concerned with the percentage increase on the improvements and the land. Last year, 10 acres in this area sold for an average of $375,000. Land 5 years ago for an average of 10 acres was $150,000. The improvement cost increase was added, the shop that he added, and then the maintenance on the home and the remodeled work within the last 5 years. I want to note that this neighborhood was recently appraised in 2022, After updating data and adjusting land sales in the area, our ratio went up from 77% to 94%, bringing the neighborhood to market value. Again, I would recommend a no change to this assessment of $1,022,500 with $380,100 on the land and $642,400 on the improvements.
Can you repeat those numbers?
Assessment was $1,022,500, $380,100 on the land, and $642,400 on the improvements.
Is there any further questions for Brianna? One, Brianna, I don't have with me any of your comparables in my booklet. Does everybody else got theirs?
I don't have the comparables.
I've got the letters from Mr. Kirkby, but I don't have your comparables for.
Yeah, probably.
Mr. Chair.
I swore I knew you. I do have. Sorry, I do have some things for the land sales. It's just a chart. This is what's sold in 2022.
And this is just land sales?
Yep, this is just land sales.
While we're doing that, Brianna, while she's getting the comparables to us, I'll go to Mr. Kirkby. Mr. Kirkby.
Commissioner LaCroix, thank you, and Board of Commissioners, sitting in your respective positions. I am Mark Kirkby, the owner of this property, along with my wife Cheryl. I appreciate and value your time. I am aware that this is not the most wonderful time of your respective positions. And also do want to compliment Bree. I did have a conversation with her a couple weeks ago. Where I'm sitting is 35 months ago, we did purchase this property, just as stated, for $600,000. My wife and I have lived very conservatively over the last couple of years and finally Cheryl found this horse property. Since then, we did put in an addition onto the existing barn. I call it a three-sided unfinished shop, and the pictures were on there, and that's just to kind of house our stuff. It is unfinished. The reason that I'm appealing, and it certainly has absolutely nothing to do with the professionalism and the accuracy of the Board of Equalization staff. They have done an outstanding job. There's no question about it. I cannot argue or complain about any positions that they're coming from. But I can just assure you, the eye-opener to me is I had no idea that I would be the owner of $1 million house. A 52% increase certainly is the sole reason that I'm here. Thank you. But with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Commissioners, I'm aware of a particular sale in our neighborhood. I believe it was on Appaloosa within the last couple of years. And I think it was probably part of one of these sales. It is a very stable neighborhood. I'm blessed that the Hart Ranch Road West, a very well maintained county road, comes up to within 75 feet of my property. I'm not going to complain about anything with that. I mean, my location, the pictures, Cheryl and I have a very nice property. But again, that 52% increase in 1 year is the sole reason that I'm here, and I'm just asking for your consideration that it is fair, just, and reasonable. I think that it very well could be accurate. I cannot dispute that. But the reasonableness of a 52% increase in 1 year is the sole reason that I'm here.
Mr. Kirkby, thank you for your honesty and diligence. You're absolutely right. Some of the market change has shocked us all, and you sound like you did very well.
Sure.
I'll just make another comment. I bought a property probably same as you about 3 years ago, and I've seen an 80% increase. from the location. So it's, I feel where you're coming from.
It would be a conflict if you were to appeal it, and might want to be careful of that.
But I just wanted to pass that on. I think you kind of caught in later on in the meeting, but we've had some good discussions with other residents, and so you're absolutely right. With that, I'll turn to
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Brianne, question, tell me again on when the reappraisal was done, that it took it from 77% up to the 94%.
When we went out there, we were able to collect the data, since we only go out on the properties every 5 to 7 years. We could have been missing data on it, so when we updated our data, and then the market is what he's really concerned about. The land went up. We had 10 acres that were selling for over $350,000 to $400,000. That's his increase.
Okay, so, and that was done
Summer of 2022.
2022. Okay, thank you.
May I have a follow-up to that?
Absolutely.
Sure.
She mentions 77% to 94% ratio.
Yeah.
Well, we measure the accuracy of our appraisal with the sale ratio analysis. We compare assessed value to sale price. She's talking about a specific neighborhood here. The Department of Revenue audits the accuracy of our appraisal using a ratio analysis countywide. But we get more specific and we look at it per neighborhood. And what she's talking about here is last year's values against this year's sale price, we were assessed at 77% of what they were selling for. After the reappraisal and the changes we made in the market, we're now at 94%. So we got closer to market value. Yeah, we had some data that we needed to fix out there, but the market also changed.
Right, right. I just wanted to clarify it in conjunction with when Mark bought the property in 2020.
Well, then we'd be looking at sales from back then, and we
Right.
don't know what the ratio was back then. She's telling you what our
Right.
changes, how accurate we are right now.
Yep, I understand that. Thank you.
Mr. Roskiner.
I guess the point that I want to make is that relative to another one of these that we got coming up, this property is located off the Hart Ranch Road and the intersection to Rodeo Road, whatever. I got up this morning and I looked real hard for sales within 3,600 feet of the subject property, not yours, but one of my sales is on Clydesdale. The one on Clydesdale, and I got maps and that would be my sale 3. And it's sold. Granted, I go back 3 years when I look for sales, because being in the exact location as the subject property is paramount to me. And then after that, then I start looking for as close as I can get, then as current as I can get. The one on Clydesdale involved 18.01 acres, sold 12 of 2019, or just about January 2020, for $11,200 an acre. And then I went the other direction on my subject property. Now I'm on Pine Grove, and I've got a 5-acre sale there, sold in 2020 for $21,500 an acre. Adjacent to that was another 5 acres that sold for $21,500 an acre. That's 2020 sale. And then below that, there's another sale that was 9.97 acres, and it sold in 2021 for $22,570. So I don't really, as an appraiser, I can't say that I agree with the $36,373 for that land. To me, it's more in that $25,000 an acre. Now, these sales here, until I can actually take and look at every one of those, I can't put a lot of weight on that. I have to look at the stuff that I looked at this morning, and I don't, if you, at $36,373 an acre at 84 cents a square foot, you're almost getting into that commercial arena when you start going close to $1 a square foot for a piece of property. So that's the only part of this that I have a hard time swallowing.
Is the land value?
Yep.
Land assessment?
I just don't agree with it.
Okay. While we have more discussion, could you do some numbers?
What's that?
You have a recommendation?
I'd go 25,000 an acre.
What would that be? I'll let you do the figuring while you. Mr. Kirkby, do you have a follow-up?
Um, to be honest with you, any support or consideration that you would do, I would greatly appreciate it. Again, I can't be more humbled with the position that I'm in, is the staff that you have. I think there certainly will be, I'm Commissioner LaCroix, I'm on a chain email for our road district on Clydesdale. I mean, my address really should be Hart Ranch Road West because it faces, but I'm on the Hart Ranch Road, or excuse me, Clydesdale Road District chain of emails. And the communications that I have received from them, I think that you will have some additional individuals. If they have not already showed up, they certainly will. But again, even I'll just round off that figure. If that land value was reduced, I certainly would be excited and accept any changes that you would consider on behalf of 13792 Clydesdale Road.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Kirkby.
Chair.
Mr. Laster.
Mr. Kirkby, I got a couple questions. It was stated in there that you didn't have, and it's your right, and I understand that, but you denied an internal inspection of the property.
Commissioner Laster, if I could, I don't think that deny word is very accurate. I think that Bree asked if she could, if, however the language was a couple weeks ago, if she could come by and take a look at my property. And I says, you really don't need to. She did have a specific question, going through the number of bathrooms and bedrooms and downstairs. I did relate to her, we have a very unique setup downstairs. The original owner or owners, there is one full bathroom downstairs, but also there is two additional sinks set up for the respective bathrooms, and I explained that to her, but that word deny did not come out of my mouth.
So maybe you can clarify, Bree, were you allowed to go and do an internal inspection so you can get a more accurate assessment of the property?
I offered an internal and external inspection, and he said no.
Is that correct, Mr. Kirkby, that you said no?
I don't know if I ever used the word no. I mean, I understand the process, and any member of the equalization staff can certainly come by and take a look internally and externally at my property. And it's obvious that I allowed some individuals to take external photos of my property. They're pretty new, but I would need a little notice. With Rosie, she's a pretty mellow dog, but she's not real fond of strangers either.
Oh, I understand dogs. I got a ranch, and so I get that. That's why we have kennels whenever people come over if they can't do that. Go ahead, Mr.
We can make an appointment to take a look at this house if the board would wish, and take this up again at the next time the board meets.
I'd be interested in that if Mr. Kirkby is willing to allow that. Outside of that, whenever individuals say no for doing an internal inspection, it does raise my awareness a little bit, and I would prefer to have an internal. If not, I kind of take our assessor's word at what they've determined at that point.
Commissioner LaCroix, if I could follow up. The questions that were asked, I think is pretty accurate. The basement is about 90% finished, and that was asked of me. I certainly have nothing to hide. The $600,000 value that is placed on the home and the structures, I believe, is probably fair and accurate. I mean, with my home, and I do have call it a large barn type shop, and I think it all gets pooled in there. But as far as reducing the land value of my property, I'd greatly appreciate it. I don't foresee anything changing internally on my home, but I certainly would never say no to anybody that works for Pennington County on anything.
So am I correct to say your concern is with the land value, not with the structure?
That is correct.
So doing a internal inspection of the property probably, I don't, it could change, you could not. but
And absolutely could change one way
But
or the other.
Mr. Kirkman, would you rather move forward today, or would you prefer to schedule?
Yeah, Commissioner LaCroy, I would be thrilled if we could make some resolution today, and I'd look forward to Bree or any other member of the staff looking internally at my home, because I very well could be back next year disputing the value of my residence.
I would
Mr.
probably
Chair,
see that happen. So, are you done, Mr. Loster? Mr.
I guess if
Rossman?
we continue this, I would just want to see the 3 land sales that would support the 36. I'd want to personally inspect them and look at them if we continue. If we do it today, I'm still going to stick to the 25,000 based on everything I found. I got up at 4 this morning. I worked on this for 2 hours.
Do you have a number for that 25,000?
We do have
Do you have a number?
presentation for some properties coming up for land values in this neighborhood, if you'd like to hear that at this point.
That's the one that I got up at 4 o'clock on.
One of our appraisers has done some research in the market, and he's willing to cover land sales in this area. He's planning to do that in another couple of appointments anyways.
Commissioners, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that sounds good.
Yeah, because it gives us the information that we need to know to make an informed decision on the land value.
Okay. Mr. Kirkaby had set this time to have his hearing. Mr. Kirkaby, do you have the time to do that? Did you end up taking the whole day off work to
Yes.
be here? Okay, I think the commissioners want to hear that value, Mr. Kirkaby, and then after we hear that, we'll bring you back up.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
I'm going to throw some stuff up on the screens, so we're working on getting connected.
I'm gonna grab my water, then I'll be right back. Yep.
We're working on getting the new computer to the 3D screens. There we go. So you're looking at what Scott is going to be talking about on his computer.
And I'll kind of walk you through what I'm looking at here. Good morning, Scott Dressler, appraiser, Equalization Office. So I've had the Neck Yoke Road area for about 6 years. It's the area I trained in. I've been watching the sales in that area over the last 6 years. 3 to 5 years ago, 10-acre lots were selling for $150,000 pretty consistently. And then in this last year, we've had a whole segment start to split out into 10 to 11-acre lots. We have a cluster of those sales, and I'll go over those in just a second. So the current appeal, Mr. Kirkaby's, if I'm right, is this property right here.
Right.
So his property is right there at Hart Ranch Road West and Clydesdale. The majority of the sales that we're looking at for the bare land sales that have occurred are 1 mile to the northeast. This entire purple block up here. This access is off of Neck Yoke Road, and then it's a dirt gravel road, Clydesdale, into Sudbury Ranch. These parcels all range between 10 and 11 acres in size. Purple is this year's sale prices on them, with the low end at 300 and then multiple properties selling up in that 399.9 range. We did have an additional sale that's not out of this new subdivision, directly on Neck Yoke Road. It's again a 10-acre parcel. It's got about 2.5 usable acres on the top before the topography comes into play. 10 acres, 399.9. And then just another mile to the north, still within this neighborhood. This is a heavily treed 10 acres with a canyon running through the middle of it. This parcel sold in a matter of 3 days at 310. And again, bare land sales. part of the benefit of having the reappraisal is with updated data, we can also try to abstract land out of improved sales when we have more accurate data on the improved sales.
Mr. Chair, can I ask, clarify, all those sales are all unimproved? There's no utilities, none of that to those lands?
So those are bare land. This cluster down here in Sudbury Ranch, they'll be on a community water system, much like the properties off Hart Ranch Road West, Pine Grove Road. They have to pay a hook-in fee. There's electric to the lots, as is the case in pretty much all of these out here. They have to pay to put in a septic. They have to pay to bring propane if they want propane on the lots. So we had sales this year that we haven't had in the last few years. One of these down here that sold for $399.9 is actually currently under contract at $422 today. It listed earlier this last month and went in contract in a week at about 5% higher than what it sold for this last year. So we've had these properties, and when we look at them, they vary between having high percentages of fully usable horse type grass and then, horse type properties to the ones that have the topography and the trees in them as well. The point I was trying to touch on before, though, was with the reappraisal, we have updated data on the properties, which generally leads to better numbers on what we have on the structures, and then we can try to abstract land values out of the sale prices. We can look at improved properties that have sold, subtract out the value to the houses, the outbuildings, and see what remains left for land value. And with that, what we found was at 10 acres, it is indicating when you abstract it out, it's coming in between 350 and 400 at 10 acres. When we get up, we had some sales of 15 and 20 acre improved parcels that indicate that land value is still exceedingly high in comparison to what these properties were selling for just a couple of years ago. And that's kind of where that sale ratio comes back into
So
play.
who was the developer on the Sudbury? Because that's gone through us. Was that Jacobs?
I don't know off the top
Okay,
of
well,
my
let's
head.
go down the marks real quick.
Yep.
And now as I mentioned earlier, I tried to get as close as I can to the subject property. So just go to the marks and I'm going to show you another sale. Are you live on Rapid Map?
I am.
Okay, so go to the marks.
Which is this one?
Can you blow it up a little bit? Now go up north just a little bit. Now where your arrow is, go to that lot and click on it.
This lot right
Nope,
here?
right to the right. Click on that. Can you,
This is an improved
no, that's not the
property.
one I want.
You want to go a little further? You want this one over here?
Yep.
So the sale from...
Okay, that's the sale 3 that I used, and I'll tell you what I have on sale 3. As I said, it sold in December of 2019, but it's going to be the closest to another assessment that we got. So I wanted to keep within 3,500 feet, and I didn't want to go north on neck yokes. So staying in that same area and not going up into those that area that we just went over, it sold 12 of 2019 for $200,000. 18.01 acres. That comes out at 11,680 an acre. And I understand that it's an older sale and it's a larger sale, 18 acres. But I used it because I'm trying to stay in the same location. I'm trying to compare apples to apples. Now, if you expand out a little bit, and let's go over the neck yoke.
Hold on,
Not
Mr.
neck
Chair.
yoke.
Quick question, though. What is that one to the left of it? That one says 200,000. Does that other one say 800?
That's an improved
That's got
parcel.
Oh, okay. I was just like, I want to make sure I'm understanding.
Excuse me,
that
I
one's an
meant
improved sale.
Pine Grove. Go down to just go straight west and stay on Pine Grove. Now okay, so a little bit more. Okay, now you got the one with the red hash marks. I'll tell you about that sale. The one with the red hash marks.
Which one?
That one right there, that should be 9.97 acres. It sold 321 for 225,000 or 22,500 an acre. Now, if you go straight north of that, are those 2 little 5-acre lots, and they each sold for 107,500 or 21,500 an acre. That's why I'm at the 25,000, because this is the area that I'm working on. I'm not going north of neck yoke. And these are good sales.
And just as an example of the change in the market from 2019, even just into late 2019, those 2019, 2020s, just into the 2021, this improved sale on Clydesdale sold at 799,900 in the 2020 year. No changes were made to the property. Sold for 1,175,000 the next year. The market as a whole has changed in that area. It's not just within the structures, it's within the land and their sales as well. Part of, I know that there's those appeals coming up on Rodeo Road today,
And I'm not, you
and
mean, out.
nope, and part of the contention with that one is right here, we're dealing with the outer edge of a neighborhood. When we look at where we have neighborhood boundaries, so what I populated here, and it's hard to tell with the projected screen, our neighborhoods, they change. Neck Yoke is neighborhood 30. Things associated closer to Rockerville are in that neighborhood 30.5. In the perfect world, in an ideal situation, we're breaking a neighborhood on a major road or a major geographic feature, river, mountain peak, something along those lines. The other thing that we've had to look at in this area is how the properties actually sell. These properties that are in the Neck Yoke Road defined neighborhood, that neighborhood 30, the typical lot size is a minimum of 10 acres. That's not to say that there aren't a few that are smaller, but it's typically a minimum of 10 acres and larger. Properties in that area, 10 acres is the premium lot. It is what sells the best. It's what is expected. It's what everybody out there has. When you get down to this quarter section line at Knotty Pine Road, or when you continue further south off of Pine Grove Road in Leaky Valley and then out towards Rockerville itself, we go from a typical acreage of 10 acres to a typical acreage of 5 acres. And what we see there is 5 acres is the premium lot there. 5 acres immediately to the west or the south of these properties sells for more than 5 acres where this subject property would be. And then vice versa, 10 acres in this neighborhood of 10 acres sells exceedingly well and sells for much more than 10 acres in the area that is typical of the 5 acre neighborhood. We have to break neighborhoods somewhere. And with these, the sales ratios are what are used in support of that. When we look at the land values we have in this neighborhood, 30.5, we're right around 100% to our recent sales. And their land is at a little bit less for those 10, it's at less for those 10 acre parcels because they don't sell as well. But then when we look at our sales ratios from what did sell to where we're at in the neighborhood that is typically 10s, where the expected size is at least 10 acres, they sell for exceedingly higher amounts in comparison.
I understand all that, but relative to the one that's coming up in Rodeo Drive, somebody hired me to do an appraisal. Am I gonna go into a whole neighborhood that's brand new development and use that for comparable sales? I'm gonna still focus right around the subject property. And the the 4 sales that I got here, they're within 3,600 feet, not a mile. So, I mean, I think you're comparing apples, oranges, when you go to that neighborhood and bring it down into the area that I'm trying to focus on. I
Mr.
just
Chair,
can't
quick
support
question.
36,000 an acre.
Mr. Chair, quick question.
Mr. Laster.
That $200,000 lot that's over here just to the east, how large was that lot? And it sold when?
Okay, so we'll start with this sale is December 11th of 2019, so right at the end of the 2019 calendar year, but within the 2020 assessment year for sales, and it was 18.01 acres.
I would say that was down right before the market started to trend significantly up. Is that accurate?
Correct, and it's in line. I have another document here, and it's in line with the sales that we were seeing in that area. So the left side of the screen is bare land sales that happened in the defined Neck Yoke neighborhood, and the right side of the screen is in that adjacent neighborhood, the defined Rockerville neighborhood. The green highlighted ones are going to be in the 10 acre range, and then we have some larger ones side by side that, you know, in the years of 2016 to 2019, 10 acres in Neck Yoke was selling for a median of
16,000 an acre, and 10 acres in the adjacent neighborhood where the typical lot size is significantly smaller was selling for 7,400 an acre. It's when we get into the 2020 to current sales, you start to see that change. This is that 18-acre sale. It sold in that 2020 assessment year at 11,000 an acre, and at this point, through abstracted sales, and then even if we, and I don't want to use listings, but we have current listings of 16-acre properties that are well in excess of where we have them assessed at in this general neck yoke corridor. Our neighborhood's not, it's not defined by with just within a 1 mile circle. With these ones, we're really looking at the typical lot size is kind of where those two neighborhoods divide. We go from everybody's expected to have a 10-acre parcel, and those sales indicate that they do sell similarly within that whole region, and then everybody's typical size is closer to the 5-acre parcel, and we have that those sales sell in relation to each other with those areas as well. So that's why there's two different neighborhoods right there, and it's not one all the way throughout. The land where typically you have 5-acre lots, 10 acres does not sell at the same rate. And the land where you typically have 10-acre lots, even though it's right next to it, their 5 acres doesn't sell as well as that neighborhood with a typical 5. If I could give you the motivations of buyers and sellers, I would, but I can't.
Well, if I
all
was
all I have
appraising-
is the evidence as to what the actual
If I was
transaction came in at.
appraising a property, in that Sudsbury, because that's a brand-new subdivision, yeah, I'd be using those sales. I wouldn't be going south, because I don't think they'd be comparable. But as I said, I always try this is what I'm gonna be appraising, I want to stay as close as I can, because the first thing when you buy a piece of property, it ain't the price, it's the location. And I think they're totally different locations, just based on my 30 years of appraising real estate.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lasker.
So, Scott, with that other map that you had that was showing the unimproved versus the improved, just a rough estimate, can you kind of give a snapshot of all the improved lands and their actual value? Because it looked like you had the one that was over here to the right somewhere that had, a couple of years ago, it was this value, and now it's up to this value. Do you have any more that are very similar to that to kind of just show in that area all improved that are roughly, so we get an idea?
That have resales on them?
Well, just the value that y'all attribute, because obviously Mr. Kirkby hasn't sold his since he's
Mhm.
been there for a few years. All those homes in that area, I'm assuming increased in some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
So that's my point. The properties that have increased in that whole area that are similar size and that are improved, you don't have that same comparison like you do on that other one for all those. Just to give us an idea to show that all those homes are going up. I mean, I'm making an assumption here that we should assume that all of those homes might have been around a $600, $700, $800 home, but now they're all going to, whenever y'all did your appraisal, they're all going to be in that 1.1 million range because of the market that we're in.
I need to filter this giant spreadsheet. It'll take me just a minute here.
And just for the record, Ron, if you don't mind me asking, Ron, what would that put the value that you have for that particular? It just put that land at 250,000 versus 380, based on your
On the land itself?
on the land itself.
Okay, well, let's see.
I just want to make sure I'm getting the right value.
At 25,000 an acre and 10.45 acres, that's the size of Mark's lot. That comes out to 261. Then we round it to 200 and be 261,250. But we always round to the closest hundred, so it'd be 261,200. And then I don't have a problem with the building. I mean, the building's the building, and if we use that, then it's 903,600 would be my recommendation.
So Your number is 261, 200 for the land, 642, 400 structure. And that comes out to what, Ron? 9?
I got 9036, but I don't know if I did my math right.
Yeah, that's what I got.
So I don't have a nice clean one. I do have evidence through resales within the neighborhood of properties increasing. We had a couple. We had the one on Clydesdale. We have another one up on Coyote Flats, which is up off the north side of Neck Yoke, not off the south side of Neck Yoke. That was, again, a property that sold within the last 3 years and then resold again this last year. It went from 700,000 in a 2020 year sale to 950 in a current year sale. This was a property that's used in one of the comps with Mr. Kirkby's. It's a dated two-story house that's original to its 90s build.
I've actually researched those because one of those sales was, my brother used to own one of them. So you're in another neighborhood, you're in a different water aquifer compared, when you start going south, you're getting, water is really getting to be a problem. And the more north you go, it's a problem, but not as much to the south. And I think that's why you see some of these value changes when you go to the north side of Neck Yoke opposed to the south side. And the further south you're going to go, then you're going to get in the Rushmore Ranch, and they really got water problems down there.
Correct. In Rushmore Ranch, we were dealing with a completely different access. You're coming in off Highway 40.
Well, I understand. I'm
not,
just
not
talking.
down there off Neck Yoke. And again, we can use sales to look at abstracted land values. This parcel was a double-wide mobile home on 15 acres with a shop building. We're right in line with current land values with what that property sold for. We had in that, that parcel is a few hundred yards due west from.
But when you do that, you're assuming that the building didn't go up in value, and just the land. And that's why I like to use pure land sales, because I don't want to make an assumption, because you really don't know until you sit down with the buyer or the seller and they tell you that.
We do have that the buildings have increased, and I can tell you with the conversation on this one with the buyer, his intent is to remove the mobile home. He bought that for the value of the land and the shop building on it. His intent's to build a house. I was out there with the reappraisal this summer and spoke with that specific purchaser. That instance, speaking with the purchaser, he bought it very heavily weighted into he wanted the land in this location.
And how much was that land valued at?
Is 16 acres is at 442.5. He paid 556. It's a 1990-ish double wide and a Morton building on that property.
Okay. Well, thanks for the presentation. I think we're going to go back to Mr. Kirkby. You're going to be back up later on in the evening.
Thank you, Scott.
I can try to help answer questions later. This was essentially what I was going to go through. I was just trying to take a look at. It's a drastic change in the land value. We've seen a drastic change in how both land and improved properties out there are selling, including newer listings of both. And listings aren't, a sold property, but we have current recent listings that are well in excess of what our assessed values are in this immediate area.
So was there a lot of lot splitting up there in this last couple of years, and that's where we're getting the sales of the land?
That Sudbury Ranch was a new subdivision that split out there. The sale up on Neck Yoke's not a new lot. The sale out on Windmill's not a new lot. Those are resales of existing lots that just haven't been improved at this point. So. And again, they're selling in that same line of value as the Sudbury Ranch area.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go back to Mr. Kirkby's on here. From my understanding, from the presentation and the discussion, some numbers been thrown out. Is there a motion on Mr. Kirkby's?
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion. Keep the building improvements the same at 642 Fuller and reduce the land down to 261-2 for a total of $903,600.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to stand
Lester.
by staff's recommendation by seeing all those comparable sales. Also understanding that the purpose of the equalization office is to make sure the homes are appraised at that right value so that no one's paying more or less of a tax burden based on the equalization for the county. So
Thank you, Mr. Lassiter. Brianna Davis, do you have any final comments?
No.
Mr. Kirkaby? Nope. With that, we'll go to a vote. The motion on the floor is 261,200 on the land and 642,400 on the structure, with a total of 903,600. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
no.
Motion carries. So it was approved with, as presented.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration and for all you do.
Trying to go through this, I think some of my paperwork got mixed up. My schedule says Carolyn is next. Brianne, Carolyn, what I'll do is I'll Brianne do her presentation and present your property to us, and then I'll go to you for comment.
All right. The property being appealed is 40769, owned by Carolyn Helm. The address of the property is 13893 Morgan Court, Rapid City, South Dakota. The assessment on the property is $703,700. This property is on 10.31 acres, has a detached garage, a farm utility building, and a lean-to. There is also a 1989 log home with a square footage of 1,431. I did have a chance to do an interior-exterior walkthrough of the home. The inside of the home resulted in reducing the condition, as the basement needed some work as well as some logs on the outside. The owner is concerned with the value of her home, land also going up. She has done no updates to the home, and she is one of the older homes on the road. The market in this area has increased within the past 2 years. The average increase of this neighborhood is 65.4%. The comparables show that there are older homes with less acres, same quality, with little to no updates. There are some updates, but they're minimal. They are still selling strongly for the market area. I have comparable 4. It does have 3 acres. It is better quality, more square footage. Some of the other comparables I have are older, less acreage, and they do require some maintenance on them. Again, this neighborhood, she is in the same neighborhood, it was reappraised last year. I recommend the assessment at $696,600 with land at $378,500 and the improvements at $318,100.
Okay. Carolyn?
I have something I want to give you guys.
Okay, is that something similar that you attached?
Thank you.
Stapled together.
Brianne, can you give us those numbers again on
The total assessment at $696,600 with the land at $378,500 and the improvements at $318,100.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Carolyn, this looks like a market value that you'd had done by KW, right?
Yes.
Right.
So, without being able to read through 30 pages, at the end of it, it says your market analysts of comparable properties suggest a listing price range of 625 to 650. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to get that out. Carolyn, go ahead.
The reason I'm here is basically like my neighbor Kirkaby that was right here. I live up off of Clydesdale. You turn up Morgan Court. And basically for me, my taxes this year went up 61.81%. And I guess when I received that in the mail, I was absolutely amazed. And I don't know exactly what it is you want, but what I had looked up was the quote that I got was at 630,605. It would be a 45% increase instead of the 61.81. My evaluation last year was $434,900. And that has gone up to this year, 703,700. I have propane, not natural gas. I'm on a cistern, not city water. I use a septic. And as Bree mentioned, I really have not updated it, and it does need some work on it. I guess what we just discussed a little while ago really applies to me because I am in that area. And I have lived there, and I've had the home since 2005. And each year, the taxes go up, which I understand, and I understand with the pandemic. But this year, when it rose to that amount, it's basically just, I'm just going to be out. I can't keep going up this much.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
couple of questions. First, Bree, can you show us on the map, compared to those other lands, where this property is in relation to the one that we just looked at? That's the first piece of this puzzle that I'd like to look at.
I'll be way up at the top where Clydesdale ends and turns into Morgan Court.
And I just want to get a rough estimate where that last property was compared to this one.
You have to go further north.
Okay, so within roughly, how far is that, maybe?
You still got to you got to get up to Morgan Court. You're still in Clydesdale.
So this is Morgan Court, or sorry, Clydesdale,
Right,
and then Morgan is right here.
okay. I just see the land value, and after what we did in the last one, that's why I'm trying to get some comparison in my brain here. Sorry about that. And ma'am, I just have a quick question for you, Carolyn.
Yes.
If you don't mind. So I understand you put your property taxes for 2022, and I didn't see what factor you used for the mill levy there, but then you went over here.
I didn't know the mill levy. I just merely put down what I was charged.
Okay. And then are you assuming that the mill levy, based on your 22 record, I know you're concerned about taxes, but I just want to get an understanding first. Are you assuming your mill levy is going to be 13.87?
Yes, that's what I used to calculate if you look at the page where I calculated it, yes, that's what I'm using.
Is there somebody who can do a quick math check on me on that one? Because if we use the same budget as before.
I was told that statewide it was like 85%, and in Pennington County it was 87%. Is that correct?
I would yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah, and that's what I used. I used 85%.
What did you want? I just want to know, because I guess I understand what your concern is to primary taxes, and maybe Shannon should probably be the one. I think you know where I'm going on this. That tax bill that you're worried about isn't even set yet. We have to set our budget before that's even a factor, because that was your major concern, is the taxes. The assessment is just putting a value to your land and your property.
I do understand that, except my taxes are the result of what you assess it at. Is that correct?
It's, actually, your taxes are the result of what we set the budget at.
For the mill levy?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, yes.
So in other words, if your value from last year to this year increased like that, but we kept the budget exactly the same and all the factors that were in the taxes were exactly the same, you would pay exactly the same. Even though your value of your home went up from 439 to 703. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shannon. That's the reason why I had that one slide developed purposefully for tax purposes. If we keep our budget exactly the same and all the factors of that budget stay exactly the same, all the other taxing entities that are involved in that, and your value goes up, you will still pay the same in
So you're
taxes.
saying my taxes, even at your evaluation, will stay at what I paid last year?
No. Only if we keep our budget the same and none of the other taxing entities change. I'm just addressing your main concern, which is why you're appealing it, because you said your taxes are going up. You don't know what the taxes are because we haven't set our budget and those taxing entities haven't set their budgets. But if it didn't go up, if the taxing entities did not change their budgets, if they stayed exactly the same, just because your value went up, you would still pay exactly the same in taxes. And I'm saying a big if. I'm not saying that that's how it's going to work out. I'm just saying that's a big if.
I guess I don't understand what you're saying.
I didn't understand it either for the longest time, and Shannon will tell you, I had to walk with him several different times to understand it. But we just had in our last county commission meeting, and I asked him to put a slide in there trying to explain it to the public so that it was understandable, so that everyone could understand. The biggest aspect of what impacts your taxes is not your assessment value, it's actually what all the taxing entities do in their budgets.
I guess then I would try and find out why, I'm in the same neighborhood as Mr. Kirkeby, and we visit with one another, and they are basically upset because I checked on the numbers. They have gone up like 46%, 43%, 52%, 57.9. I guess my question to you is why would they be concerned that these percentages have gone up if it's not going to affect their bill?
Because so your taxes go up when the taxing entities increase their budget. If we spent exactly the same amount of money in 2023 as we do in 2022, or as we did in 2022, regardless what the value of your home is, you would pay the same. But what happens is
I understand what you're saying, that the amount we pay, it has like the schools and the jails, and I understand that.
Yep.
But then who pays the money for that? Does not property taxes go up to pay for? The difference between what you don't get from the federal government and so forth to cover that, then that is left for the public to pay, is that correct?
well,
And then where does that money come from? Sales tax, property tax, where does that money come from?
so again, 50% of our budget is from sales tax, property tax. About 50% of our budget is property tax. The rest of the budget is other funds, whether it's grants, whether it's other funding mechanisms. So 50% of our budget is property tax.
Okay.
Now with that, if we do not change that piece of the budget that we get from the property tax, if our budget was, I'm just going to make up a number here. If our budget was $100 million, and that's what we pulled in 2022 for our budget, and in 2023, we still pull $100 million for our budget from the taxing from the properties. If your evaluation was $400,000 or if it was $700,000, your tax liability would have been the exact same to the county if we kept the budget exactly the same. Now,
I think we'd be better off referring her to our website
Okay.
with
I know.
the slideshow.
Yep.
I see where you're trying to go.
I'm just trying to address her main
Yeah.
concern, and the only way to kind
I,
of,
yeah, well, I hear what you're saying, but still, if the amount of money that the county needs is more than you get from the outside sources, then, and 50% of that comes from property taxes will have to go up
if we increase our budget
to
from the
increase your
previous,
budget.
from the previous
And I
year.
guess my question to you is, are you going to increase your budget this year?
We have budget hearings coming up in June, so I would encourage you to participate in those and let us know where you would like us to allocate funds and,
Okay,
you know,
I
do
will.
some research.
But then when it comes back to those of us that are looking at our increases in property, if we're not particularly in the mindset that we want to sell, and the property taxes go up every year, we then have to pay the amount going up every year, and we don't benefit then from the sales. Now, if we sell, yes, we would. But if our intention is not to sell, and I would guess that your money that you're going to spend for the community will go up, then where does that place us, those of us that are in this area where our properties values are going up so much? That would be my question.
Well, if you take the areas and you equalize everybody the same, then your tax burden's the same. If we take your property and reduce its value, let's say $200,000 from what the assessed value is, that means we're shifting that $200,000 value of your tax burden onto the rest of the taxpayers who didn't appeal their property values.
Correct, but you could turn it around and say those of us that did appeal it, that took a look at it and came and did our due diligence, then we end up paying an increase.
No, I think you're paying what you should be paying as equalized for the community.
Okay,
Mr.
Then-
Chair,
okay.
Okay, we're going to move along. Mr. Roskinek?
can you, kind of, her property, isn't that in the same area that we just, where Kirkaby's was?
Yes.
Okay, with that being said, I'm just going to stick to my guns. That land in 2022 was assessed at roughly $15,000, and it went up 250% to $36,711 an acre. And I just don't see the sales in that immediate area that will support that. The home went up 20%, but for the land to go up 250%, I think this is where it's getting a little messed up. If you look at that, 153.3 for 2022, and then 250%, 378.5. That's just really hard for me to swallow. I think this is where we're getting hung up at.
I agree, and you people have my numbers on there, but in 2022, my structure was 271. Land was 153,300 for a total of 424,300. In 1 year, it jumped to 703,700. My land jumped to 378,500. This is where I just do not see, I understand that there was a, I won't go over all that, I won't take the time, you guys all know it, but I am just amazed at the amount it went up, I guess.
Okay, moving along. This is 10-acre property, correct? Same as the last?
Yes.
10.31.
What would be? So we have no argument on the structure at structure at 325.2. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's a structure, yeah, 325.2.
For improvements altogether of 318,100 is what I'm suggesting.
You're suggesting what?
318,100 for the improvements on our property.
318,100?
Yes. Home, detached garage, farm utility building, and the lean-to.
Oh, because you made some adjustments, right, Brianna, from your original of
703, and then I suggested the 696, 600.
And Bree, your adjustment was because you'd looked at the structure and it's more for the structure, not for the property. Am I correct, Bree?
I changed some stuff for the condition-wise on the structure, yes.
Okay, that's, okay. Mr. Roskinek, do you have a suggested amount with land?
Well, I think, if we're going to be consistent to what we just voted on with Kirkaby, we need to, and being this is located in the same neighborhood, I would suggest we do the same thing that we did with Mark Kirkaby's. Until we can sit down and really look at this land harder, I'm just not going to, I just can't, at least in this particular neighborhood, I have a hard time, based on my research that I did this morning, to support 37,000 an acre.
So at 10,000, what's those numbers? Brianna's got 318,100 for structure.
And if we did 25,000 an acre for her 10.31 acre site, that would be 257,700. And if you added that to the 318.1, you would have 575.8.
So 318,100 for structure, 257,700 for land. That would come out to 575,800.
Correct. I'll just put that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Moved by Roskinek, seconded by Drews. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Laster.
I understand Commissioner Roskinek's statement of being consistent as last one. I'm also going to be consistent as last one. I think the staff put a lot of work into evaluating all that land over several weeks, if not months, as they were doing their due diligence to make sure that we have the most accurate assessments. So my support is for the staff's recommendation.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
and I agree with Travis. I think staff has worked very hard on this. You know, I'm not saying they haven't. I appreciate staff, and by no means am I trying to degrade the staff. Shannon's got one of the best departments in this county, or best departments in the relative to being an assessor in the state of South Dakota, in my opinion. So don't get me wrong there. But I still got 30 years of experience that I just can't shake that.
My comment's going to be is that I've followed through it, and just one question of Shannon. So I think some of the land sales were probably aligned for some stuff was happening in our community. So with what we are doing today, reassessing some of these at 25,000, next year, you're going to come back to us and Brianna saying with more comparables and sales probably and saying
Next year's a whole new, there's new sales information,
yeah.
so we don't know what next year brings.
Okay, I mean, that's my point, is saying the board this year is making this adjustment, but in all reality, it's next year, it's gonna go right back up to what you think because you're Board of Equalization, they're gonna assess your property what the fair market value is, so just because we reduced it this year, doesn't mean it's gonna be the following year.
I understand that, and the
Okay,
mill
I
levy
just
may
wanna
be
make-
different and things change, but I'm just looking at this year, we
Sure.
don't know what the future brings, but for right now, I just felt that I needed to
Well, I think,
address it.
I just wanted to make that clear because we got quite a few people in here. When we go sideways from what recommendations are to us, doesn't mean that's a permanent fix. It's,
No, I understand
okay.
it.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
one more thing. Now that I've got the ID numbers, this afternoon I will go home and analyze every one of these sales so that I'll put maps and I'll address the water, the access, the utilities, so that we really have more detailed data than a tabulation, because the tabulation, I have to dig in deeper to really see where these are located, and even if I have to talk to the buyer and the sellers until we really understand the dynamics of this market evidence.
Okay. So at this time, we do have a motion on the floor. Gary, you have that motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries with one no. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
That brings us up to Gary. We are running probably about an hour behind.
Gary told me that he was most likely not showing up after he reviewed some of his sales in his neighborhood. Tax ID 62705. After he reviewed sales in his neighborhood, he did not wish to appeal. I just propose a no change with the value of 562,300, the land at 208,500, and the improvements at 353,800.
So it was 562, 300 final? Is that what you said?
562,300 final, yes.
Okay. Look for a motion of no change. That's what it was?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Oster, second by Roskinick. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So that takes us through the afternoon. I would suggest we take a quick 5-minute break and come back.
That'll be my motion.
And second.
Moved and seconded to take a break. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. That gives us. Okay, we're
391.
back into session. And next on our list is Nicholas Revocable Trust, Craig and Helga Nicholson?
Nicholson.
Nicholson, okay. And Greg will do as what you see, and we'll let the appraiser present, and then we'll turn it over to you.
Okay.
So Brianne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Tax ID 39193 is owned by Craig Nicholson. The address is 13795 Clydesdale Road, Rapid City. This property is being assessed at $1,201,400. I did not get a property inspection on this one. This property is on 10.6 acres with an equipment shop and a single-family residence built in 1995 with 2,225 square foot of living. The owner is concerned with the increase in the assessment in the land. He states there's been no updates to the home besides the general maintenance. I explained to Craig how the increase was due to the market in the area. Again, the average 10 acres in this area last year we sold for $375. Land in this area 5 years ago was $150 for 10 acres. The best comparables I have, if you want to look at comparables 3 and 4, 3 has more land, same quality, slight updates, recently sold for $1.4 million. Comparable 4 is an older home, no updates, less basement, same quality, sold for $950,000. Again, same neighborhood was reappraised last summer. We updated information and adjusted land sales. I recommend a no change of $1,201,400 with the land at $381,800 and the improvements at $819,600.
Okay, Craig.
Well, I think I'm on the same page as the rest of the people in my neighborhood. However, I've got one additional point to bring up. A lot of these lots that we're getting appraisals on have different function and different needs, I guess. If I were to go into a subdivision in town and I picked up a piece of property on the cul-de-sac, and I'm the first one to make a pick on that property, my pick would be the prime lot on that property. And I'm not saying that I would pay the same amount of price for each of those properties because each individual's got their own selection process. My property, I don't know if you can bring it up here or not. I want to make a notation here that on that picture, there's a lot more snow than there is in that picture there. I think we need to go south a little bit. If you notice on my property, it's not a horse property. I don't have any corrals. I don't have any stable. Most of my land is unsuitable to put a building on. And you know, it's got a very, very unique place where I can actually put a building. You look at some of the other acreages around, even the one that was here earlier, he's got a lot of horse property there where he's got grazing and he's got the stable and he's got the arena. And even to the one to the west of me, he's got quite a bit more horse property there where he's got grazing and he's got the stable and the arena there. Mine is basically just a piece of property that has a nice home on it, and my thing is that I guess I have a real problem with some of the other properties around the same neighborhood, anywhere from 30,000 to, in my case, almost $37,000 an acre. And I just don't think everything is being assessed on strictly acreage rather than what the property is capable of enjoying. Yeah, utility. Yeah. So you've been here through some of the hearings, and you know my take on Yes, this okay, area. yes. So my research that I did today is leading me to believe that, granted, we're not up on the north side of Neck Yoke. We're down in an area that's older, and it's not nearly as appealing as the new stuff that they're selling up above. But I've been using 25,000 an acre just based on my appraisal experience. And do you think that's more in line? That's more in line. However, you know, and I'm going to go back to that Sudney court up there. You know, the first properties that were sold up there went for 400 plus an acre. And as people started picking out the properties they wanted, the price started going down. I think there's even some properties in there that went for $27,000, $29,000 an acre. Now those acreages up there, they have views of Mount Rushmore. They have views of all the peaks in the Black Hills. They've got grazing. I mean, my point is that we're trying to make all these properties exactly the same, and they're not. You know, there's different utilities for each of the properties and the people that buy them for that purpose. So that's my contention. Well, I think on the structure it was 819.6. Does that sound right on the structure? Yeah. Got any problems with that? I do. Okay. One of the comparables was just sold, I think, last year, or maybe a year and a half ago. It has a square footage of a little more than mine, 2264. It's almost a brand new house. Mine is 2225. Is it the comp 2 is what I'm referring to, I guess. And it's got a very, very nice stable that's complete. It has water and heat. Very nice. Mine is just basically a storage shed on my property. They've got a very nice deck on this place. My house was built as an executive house. It has one bedroom upstairs and two downstairs. When I bought the property in 2000, the property was on the market for over 2 years because it is an executive property. And so it's not as easily to sell as some of the other properties in the subdivision there. So my thing is that it's not an exact comparable. I think it should be reduced a little bit. I've made no changes to the house itself, probably for several years, probably 10 or 12 years. And I know the assessors have been out and looked through the house, inside of the house. I don't know if you've got that information there or not. It's been fairly recent, 3-4 years ago.
Probably during last appraisal,
It was even before that
2016-ish.
because I
Okay,
appealed.
I don't have that, no.
I appealed earlier than that. So I guess that's kind of where we're at. Give you an idea how the market's appreciated over the last 25, 30 years. If you look at 23770 Coyote Flats, my brother bought that roughly about 25, 30 years ago for $205,000. Now it's 1,170,000. So
He probably felt he overpaid for it then.
I never seen anything sell more than 100,000 back then. Well, when you talk about your one bedroom,
Yeah, one bedroom upstairs.
so, that you're gonna have a limited market for that.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
question for you, sir. I noticed the appraisal comment on here is deny property inspection. Is there a reason why?
Pardon?
I noticed that the appraiser says that you denied property inspection. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't mind a property inspection. We've done nothing to the house for 5, 6 years.
Reed, can you expand on that?
I go through a little spiel. Anybody that does call me for appeal season, I do offer an interior exterior inspection of the property. Some of them get back to me, some say, no, nothing's changed. I do go through the house information. From what I remember, he said everything was correct. I did say if he changed his mind, if he wanted me out there to see if, a different pair of eyes, since reappraisal was out there last summer, maybe we could see what he could do. I never did get out there.
See if there's any issues that might reduce the value of that property.
Yeah,
Yeah. Got no problem with it. My only thing was they were just out there, several years ago and nothing's changed, so.
Yeah.
Didn't see any need to do it.
Well, I'd be interested in postponing it and giving her an opportunity to come out there and take a look at it if you feel the structure value is not appropriate.
Can we move on the land itself then at this time, so I don't have to come back in?
I think you have to do it all together, don't we?
Yeah, if you want,
We have to do it all together.
yeah, if you want the property or the structure readjusted, we do them all at once.
Okay.
So if you're looking at trying to do what everybody else has done, just the land, keep the structure the same, we could act on that, but choice is yours if you'd like to schedule the inspection and review and come back to us. We have other dates. I'd have to refer to our staff to dates when they could put you back on the agenda.
25th, 26th, 27th, something like that?
Yeah, we've got those 3 dates.
Yeah, that's fine.
So are any of the sales one bedroom? I'm just curious. I didn't look at them that close. If not, this might have a little age on it, but I can give you a really good quality house that Jim Scull built and sold as one bedroom on about 10 acres, so. But it's been 3 or 4 years ago since it sold.
So Craig, you want to have the inspection and come back on one of those other dates?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, so Brianna, you'll work with Greg to schedule that, and then they'll let you know what date to put you back on our agenda.
All right.
So do we need a motion to continue this item?
I would think so.
Or does it just,
I don't know if you need to continue now.
Right.
We're hearing appeals,
Yeah.
doing the same thing all of these days.
right, and he just gets rescheduled for another appointment? Okay. All right, sounds good.
So we need,
Yeah,
we should probably save our paperwork on this one, so we're. Leastways, I'm gonna save
Am I
my,
done? Okay.
I'm gonna save my paperwork so we don't have to reprint it, but you probably will reprint it when you come back.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay,
oops, sorry, yeah, no, I appreciate you staying. Okay, yeah, I brought them anyway, okay.
so next we have Karen and Michael McKee
Yes,
and Brianna. I'll let you start again.
Bree,
Bree,
that works.
Bree, yeah.
It's all right,
You prefer Bree?
yeah.
Okay, Bree.
Okay, tax ID 62703 is owned by Karen McKee, sorry. And Mike. And Mike, yeah, I'll talk to Karen. The address is 11685 Deerfield Road, Hill City. The assessed value is $432,300. This property has a modular home with 1,128 square feet on 6.14 acres. Karen came to me stating that the assessment had gone up 36% when there have been no updates to the home besides her general maintenance. She's concerned about the land increase as well as the improvements from last year to this year. There's a small stock dam on her property, that is filled by a small creek that flows through her property. she did say to me that she would feel that it could flood, if we did get a heavy rain. The current market sales do not show having a property in the flood zone lowers, land value. I got a couple bare land sales, if you wanna go to a rapid map, Chris. There was one next to her, 9.58 acres, sold in 21 for 109.9. I also have one at 11 acres that sold for 110,021 as well. The market in this area over the last year has been steadily increasing. They're either stick-built homes, mobile homes, modulars, or double wides. The comparables show some same quality homes with less acres, newer homes, some are old, with little to no basement or no basement at all. Some of them have half basement. Some of these are stick-built. Comparable 3, same style, same quality. It is newer, but it has less acres at 1.16. I got another one, comparable 4. It's a double wide. It was built in 95. Same quality. It does have a basement with less land. I would recommend a no change at 432,300, with the improvements at 268,800, and the land being 163,500.
Maybe we give those numbers once more.
Yes. No change at 432,300.
And we have it at 423.
Yeah, I got 423.
I fat fingered, sorry.
So what is it supposed to be?
Let me, 423, sorry. I
Okay.
mixed
Okay.
them, my bad.
Okay.
What's this? 423,300?
423,300, yes.
That's not what it says on our assessment.
Sorry, yeah, okay, so on the board, your board appeal, it should be 432, sorry.
Oh, 432.
I mixed them.
432,300.
Thank you.
432.3 is what it
Yes.
should be.
432,300. With the improvements at 268,800. And the land being 163,500.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, 163.5 for land and 268.8 for structure.
Yes.
Was that 258.8?
268,800.
I guess my question would be these other two cells that you mentioned. Can you pull
Yep.
those up on the map so we can see where they're at?
This one?
Okay, the one sold for 199. How many acres is that one?
9.58.
Which one?
This one right next to you. I got 9.58 acres.
It's 109, not 199.
109.
109.
109, yes. I don't,
So that comes up to,
yeah.
where, can I talk?
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
okay.
Announce your name so that we know who you are. I do, but they don't.
That's fine. So thank you, first of all, for allowing us to have an opportunity to do this. One of the things that Bree was great about sending us the comps that she used. Mike and I just kind of went through. We talked about like the miles from town where we're at. We're way out. You know, we're 10 miles out of Hill City. All the comps, comp 1 is 2.6 miles out of Hill City. Comp 2 is 2.9. Comp 3 was 3.2. And then 4 seemed to be kind of in the Rapperville area. I wasn't sure which one. That's 16 Hill City and 15 Rapids, so that was pretty. And then 5 was 7.8 miles from Hill City. We looked at basements, and Bree did offer to send another appraiser out. And I wanted to tell you too that I was wrong on you are correct on the square footage. And I went back and looked at
Gotcha,
stuff.
okay.
Yeah, so thank you. As far as comp 1, it has a basement. Comp 2 has a basement. Comp 4 has a basement. Comp 5 has a basement. Comp 3 does not. We do not. We have a crawl space. So our square footage is what we have. Comp 1, 3, 4, and 5 have more square footage than we have. Like I said, comp 2 has a little bit less, but it has a basement. As far as the acres, comp 1 had 1, comp 2 had 1.01, 3 was 1.16, 4 was 5 acres, and 5 was 5.08. When you're looking at where these properties are located, if you look at ours, we have no trees. We are in the middle of a prairie. And all the rest of them are forested. And when you get back to what people are going to want to pay to buy your property, I think having the trees around you would be a little bit more, what I want to say, desirable when they're looking at that. Especially now when we put that up there. We have floodplain on ours, which the creek goes right through the middle of it. We have a section line that goes right through the middle of it. We had really only one building spot we could put, and that was on the top of the hill. And all of the comps that were used, of course, were during the pandemic. If we look at it out from our house, the majority of the people that we see around us are summer people that bought their houses and they just come out every once in a while. There's not too many people that stay out there because it's a very harsh, the weather is harsh. The wind is there and we knew that. When you look at the 109957, that's sold. And just recently, and I wasn't even using the 957. I could just remember the 109. So I divided that out per acre, and that comes out to 11,377.81 per acre. That's just right across the fence from us, and we have ours. Our land is assessed at 26,628.66. Not even talking about structure, because I mean, I get it. To replace what we have right now would be about that, yeah. But the land, I mean, it's just, you can reach out and touch it.
It's assessed almost 3 times as much as the recent sale, and it's just the same little meadow just across the
So
fence.
where's Sassy Way?
Pardon me?
Sassy
Sassy
Way.
Way.
Oh, that's
How far away is
just
that?
down the Deerfield Road towards town.
Across from Leisure Hills.
Okay, so I appraised 2 lots last year for Alexander,
Yep.
and they sold for about
Dallas.
85,000. So a building site was selling for about 85,000. So as an appraiser, I'm going to want to use that sale real bad. I mean, we can't find these things in that location. So as we say in the market, we hang our hats on stuff like that.
But but the question is, how can you justify one at 109,957 within 25 feet of our property and
Across the
then,
fence, and ours is 3 times higher than what it just recently sold for. It just doesn't jive to me.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a clarifying question? What year did that one sell in?
21,
2001,
2021.
2021.
2021,
So it sold for 11,377 an acre.
just under 10
And
acres.
so if we, hypothetically, if we said, would you consider 12,500 an acre more realistic for yours?
yes.
Well, now it's, what
It's
was
at
it?
26,
Just under
6.
30,000.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're trying to.
Seems high, yeah, to me.
Yes, we would, at 12,
I'm
that
just
makes
throwing
sense.
that out. Just,
Sure.
Yes.
but could you expand that so we could see Sassy Way?
I can kind of show you here.
Sassy Way
This
is,
is where our house is, right out in front of our little 1,000 square foot house.
So those are 2 sales last year, I believe.
Sassy Way was,
Right
yep,
there.
right over there, yep.
yeah.
By Leisure Hills.
And those
Yep.
are 85,000 a
Sassy,
piece,
see
I
where it says
believe.
Sassy Way, see where you have 6475? You're on it right there. Right there, Sassy Way.
As the gentleman that was here just previous to us mentioned, different lots have different
Values.
Yeah.
Because of the way our lot is shaped, we only had one practical place to build. I just, in my opinion, it's assessed pretty high for those 6 acres.
No, it's, we look at utility. So you're not going to be able to subdivide it because you
Right.
only got one building site. So instead of looking at it per acre, you just almost got to look at it, your unit of measure should just be what's a lot worth? What are comparable lots selling for? And the ones that were Sassy Way, they're one building site. They looked down on McVeigh, or was that McVeigh's property? I can't remember.
Rainick or whatever.
Well,
They've got
McVeigh,
up right up on top there.
But
it
the
says,
bottom, yeah, and then the bottom line is that they're building one building site with views, and they sold for, I think, 85,000 apiece. So if we took 12.5 an acre times 614, are they doing anything with that lot, Mike?
They're working on it up on the Sassy Way up on
No, I'm
top.
talking the one
oh
next to
no,
you.
it's just for
Not at this
horses.
time.
No,
They'd use it for 5 horses.
that were actually out on the road this morning, but we couldn't stop to put them in because
We almost
were
got here late
running
because we
late.
were gonna get them back in, but this,
No,
You
so
did
if you
call.
did 12.5 an acre, round it at 76,750, if you rounded that to 80, was that,
For the land,
yeah.
that's better. It's a lot
Well, I
better.
mean,
Yes,
that would be,
yeah, that's,
with my appraiser hat on,
that's more
yeah.
reasonable.
realistic.
It's just.
I know that so the one that's on the other side, like if you're looking at the map and you're going to the north along McVeigh Road that Lois McVeigh owned, that has sold. And that is listed right now for, there's a 5 acre spot for 75,000 and it's been sitting there for a long time. Not sold. Just seems like there's a lot of places that are not selling for that exorbitant amount.
I
Right now?
have no problem paying taxes, but I just think our 6 acres is a little extreme for assessment.
One of the things that people have to realize when people buy properties in this area, they have to realize, depending on how old the buyer is, how long does it take the Hill City ambulance to get there? How long does it take the Hill City Fire Department? How long does it take the Pennington County Sheriff?
Exactly. And all the comps, they're very similar, but we're the farthest from town. And as any of the comps and the smallest amount of square footage, we have no issue with the value of our house.
The little house.
But it's
It's
just
our
the
retirement
land,
house.
it seems a little high.
I would support 80,000 for the land.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Glaster.
Couple of things. You stated you're in a floodplain? Is that what
There's
you?
floodplain on our property.
A good
yes.
portion of it is, the house is, and the only option we had was up on a little bit of a knob. You can't really see it from these aerial photos. But that was the only logical place to put a structure, was kind of up on the knob. And the midsection of it is real steep, and there's not a building site.
Gotcha, but,
Red right here, when I turn it off, that's the floodway on the map.
Right.
The blue that just popped up, that's the flood hazard area.
okay. So there's some flood hazard area on there. I didn't see where the floodway started.
Floodway, and then no, it just doesn't show up.
Oh, there's not okay.
No. I mean,
And I mean, you can see where, excuse me, Bree, you can see how steep our property is where our house is if you pull up the house shot. Again, I mean, it's like, we've got our front yard and it goes, we always worry that our grandkids are gonna roll down the hill to the creek, but,
And follow up on that one. I just wanted to make sure and see it on the map there. But the other question I have is, you say your home is listed as a 2-bedroom home, but we have it listed as a 3-bedroom home. Is that correct?
It's two. And the second, this little spare bedroom, I don't know what the measurements are, but it's tiny. It's
It's a
just a
2-bedroom house.
little over 1,000 square foot modular home.
Gotcha, but, so did y'all deny an inspection?
no, when met with Bree, she mentioned that and that's fine. It's just that the timing wasn't such. We had the blizzards. I had a family emergency with my nephew having surgery down in Denver. And so we just didn't get that. We are not opposed to having somebody. We're not arguing although we made those points, we're not arguing the value of the house.
But it would be important to get that accurate on there because it might change the value of your structure. If you really are a two-bedroom, it might actually reduce it. So I would encourage us to maybe, or no?
No, the bedroom count doesn't impact the value. We like to have correct information.
Just the square footage.
But the size of the home is more important than the number of
Than the
bedrooms.
number of bedrooms.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, we can correct that if it's wrong, but it doesn't change value.
So I mean, I think there's benefit in just making sure our records are correct for your
Well, I
purposes.
have no problem with that because, I mean, it's a small house.
Right.
It's 2 bedrooms.
Yeah. It might help you out, interestingly enough. I'm not going to say one way or the other.
They're
'Cause-
welcome to come check it anytime they want. It's two bedrooms, and the second bedroom is tiny.
All right, so then we want to push this until she can come and take a look at it and get a better assessment on it for us on that.
I think, truthfully for this year, we don't have any problem with the amount that you guys have it assessed as far as the building. We don't have any problem with it. Our problem was the land, just seemed like that was a lot for the land.
But that being said, you're welcome to come measure the
Anytime you
house
want,
anytime they want. You know?
But I think I'd rather
We're
not have to
mainly
come.
here because of the uneven evaluation in the actual acres.
I mean, we have no problem with you guys coming out. I just think
But
this
the
is
house
good.
can be walked through anytime we could. It's kind of messy, but.
So, the thing about it is that, as far as coming in, this is stressful. I taught kindergarten for 34 years in Hill City, and I'm used to talking to people, but like I was telling Shannon, if everybody needs to stand up and have a brain break, and wiggle. But, so this is stressful. I'd rather not have to come back again in this same year. I'd rather take care of this now. But if that's what you guys choose that you want to do, we are not opposed to having somebody come up and
Even
look.
if we did, I'm still gonna probably stick to my guns on that 80,000 for the lot. And the reason why is because I don't, this is one of those, I'm not looking so much per acre. I mean, that's how I got, because I took the one next door and we agreed that was 11,377 an acre, so I just kind of rounded that to 12.5, multiplied it times 6.14, got the 77,000, rounded that to 80, just trying to be
Sure.
fair to everybody, knowing that Dallas sold those 2 lots on Sassy Way in the last year and a half for 85,000, and they have problems too because they're on top of a knob and they're kind of rocky.
Yeah.
So right there, you got 3 lot sales ranging from 109,000 to 85,000.
Yeah, and 109, that was an additional 3 acres compared to the size of our 6.
Right, so that's.
Just saying ours is kind of high. It's just our thoughts.
So from the conversation I've heard, you'd rather move forward today.
I would.
And
We
what your
would like
biggest concern is with the property value, the land, and not so much the structure. You felt Bree did a good job on
Yes.
Reese
the
did a
assessment
great
on
job.
that.
We just, the main issue today, and the thing is, we live out of town and
Yeah.
she's family's got some health issues and we're pretty busy and it's hard for us to come into town for half a day, and if we could resolve it today, that'd be great. I'd appreciate it. But if we do need to,
Yes.
and then as far as measuring
Come on
the
out.
house, come on out anytime. It's not an issue because there's 2 bedrooms and the second one being tiny.
So I'm going to make a motion. Given what some of the information that was provided, what some of the sales are, the newest ones up to date, I would make a motion to set the land at 81,000 and the structure at 268,800. Somebody help me out. My math's off. I'm like, somebody else.
Here, throw me some numbers, Lloyd.
349,808.
Say 81 on the land?
Yes.
Okay, 81 plus what?
268,800.
268?
349,800.
Isn't that what you have the structure at, is 268,800?
Yes,
258.8?
268,800.
So 339.8, so everybody's getting?
349.8.
Excuse me, 349.8, yeah. I'll second that motion.
Okay, so that is at 81,000 for the land, 268,800 for the structure, which comes to a total of 349,800.
Correct.
That was my motion, and then there is a second. Is there any further discussion?
What was the total on that one?
349,800.
Mr. Chair,
Lester.
I still think that if we've already evaluated the other ones that are around that, I mean, some of those comps were 44,000 an acre. There's been a lot of time by our staff that put into that, and they had to look at all the variables. We have, 20 minutes or something for the presentation. I'm leaning on the staff's recommendation, so that's just my statement.
Thank you, Travis. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries with one no. Travis?
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, one no.
One no, okay.
Yep.
Appreciate you keeping me on track. I was reading something.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you so
we'll
much
see
for
you.
your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're done with the Bree show. Ms. Hahn and Chelsea from my office.
Let me see where we at. Are we on Patricia?
Yeah, Patricia. Yes, Patricia Hahn.
Okay, hold on there.
There's those hard chairs. Yeah.
Chelsea, you're good?
Good to go.
You're good.
Good morning, still. Name's Chelsea Willett, staff appraiser with Equalization, here to discuss Patricia Hahn's property at 1105 Regency Court. We are here today because Ms. Hahn has expressed her assessment is at an unrealistic high price, and she feels she's being punished for working hard and being careful with her time and money. The house is a 2,152 square foot home, 3-bedroom, 2-bath with 1 half bath. I was not able to do an interior exterior inspection. Ms. Hahn and I talked about it. She wasn't comfortable scheduling that appointment just yet. She wanted to know if it would help her or hurt her, and I just couldn't guarantee an outcome with that inspection. So we looked at some comparable sales that still had listing photos that were available to us online, so I could try to get some kind of an idea on what was happening on the interior of the property. It sounds like, comp 2/3 seem to be the most comparable, except in regards to about 400 square feet. Hers is about 400 square feet larger than that property. With that information, I was able to do a little bit of adjustment. I'd like to do a new recommendation for her of 690 with land at 98,000 and improvements at 592,000.
One more time.
690 for a total. Land at 98, improvements at 592. The land did incur an increase this year. I did some extracted sales. Last year for 21, I've got roughly 0.65 acres, selling at 105,000 for that portion. For this year, I've got about 0.62, medians running about 107,800, for a little over a half acre. So there is an increase there on the land. I think our comps are okay, except for the relation that she does have more square footage in the area.
Thank you, Chelsea. Chelsea, this is at the 690,000 is what your recommendation is. Your original was 718,400.
Correct.
So she's reducing it down 28,400, Patricia. Do you
I'm
understand?
having trouble understanding you.
She came here today, and her recommendation is lower than what it was original. The original assessment was 718,400. She's recommending 690 so she's, suggesting a 28,400 reduction from her original one. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make you aware that her recommendation is $28,000 less.
She has been so kind to me
Okay.
and so helpful. I appreciate it. Doesn't mean I like the numbers. I came with nothing today but my story. My husband and I came here in 2000 from Montana, and we talked to an architect about building our house, and when he quoted us $30,000, my husband almost had a heart attack. And he went out and bought a $45 computer program and said, "You do it." And so I designed this house. We spent $180,000. You have raised that this year to over $600,000. I am in my 80s and too old to get a job. It takes almost not quite 3 months of my retirement money to pay for the taxes. And I don't mind paying taxes, but they keep going up, and my retirement doesn't. Why I'm a little reluctant to have anyone come. I don't really trust the government anymore. My husband paid into Social Security for over 55 years. He was counting on me having some of that money. And when I went in to ask for assistance, they told me I wasn't entitled because I had a civil service retirement. If I worked for J.C. Penney, they would have given me some money, but because I had civil service, so I received none of his retirement money. Then I lost my track here. I lost him 8.5 years ago, and I now live on only my retirement money. And it's getting harder. I've given up traveling, I've given up shopping, I've given up everything I can think of to make those payments. And I don't mind paying taxes. I realize that that's part of my requirement to do that. However, they keep going up, and I'm telling you, my retirement money isn't making pace with your tax increases. So I was wondering if there was any way, or if there's any mechanism in the process to stop the taxes from rising. At my age, I'm too old to get a job. Uh, I, every day I hope nothing in my house breaks, because anything like a furnace or a refrigerator or anything I don't know how I would cope. And so I was hoping there was some mechanism to lock in whatever you think is fair for my taxes, but lock it. So I know how much I could have to pay, and I can adjust for that.
Mr. Chair.
She's not finished.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Patricia. We had two people wanting to speak.
And I think that was it. I'm sorry, I'm not real trusting of the government. She wanted to come out, and I didn't want her to come out because I have no faith in the government. Social Security denied me. My taxes keep going up, which hurts me. And 2 weeks ago, there was an article in the paper, and I don't know if any of you read it, but it's from Washington, and it says 9 military officers who worked decades ago at a nuclear missile base in Montana have been diagnosed with blood cancer and are indication the disease may be linked. My husband was a site manager at these missile sites in Montana, and he died of leukemia 8.5 years ago. So I'm not real thrilled with the government right now. And I worry that I won't be able to keep my house, what we built with blood, sweat, and tears. His tears, not mine.
Well,
And,
thank you. Thank you, Patricia. I've
and
got,
I just hope there's some mechanism, or if there isn't, please find one or make one.
I think I got two commissioners that want to talk, but I think they're going to bring up about the tax freeze that there is, and I'll let them explain that to you. But, yeah, I'll do that. Mr. Laster, you were next in line to speak.
That's what I was gonna have the equalization office, if they would, let her know what the requirements are for, I didn't catch your age, and I'm not asking you to say it out loud. I heard you say something, but I
Rushmore
didn't,
and I are the same age.
okay. But anyway, there is a tax
I don't
freeze.
care, 1941.
Gotcha. There is a tax freeze option for her. Does she qualify for that?
She does not, no.
When will she qualify for that?
When the value gets
Oh, it's the
raised
Oh, it's
much
based on
higher
the
than.
value
Yeah,
of
So
that's
the
there's two
property.
qualifying factors, income
Age
and assessment value.
Yeah.
Yes.
So is that
Gotcha.
37,000, the salary?
For,
319,000 is for
it's
the home.
317,
Oh,
300
That's for
for
the house,
value.
but the
Yeah.
salary part,
The salary for dual income is about 45,000, and then for single, I think is 37,800,
Yeah.
something like that.
not enough, not high enough.
Not high enough.
So you guys, either one of you have further comment?
That was gonna
I
be
think
my,
my only comment is that because of this crazy buying and people coming in and buying and paying more than it's listed for, it's,
I know.
what, our assessed value has definitely gone up, but when you say taxes, we really won't know what the taxes are until we set the mill levy. Then we'll know if the taxes went up, and if they do, how much, but right now, we're just trying to work out the assessed value.
People like me, I'm not the only widow in town who is facing this disaster. And there should be something in the mechanism to help us.
Well, if you want, I'm working with Representative Dennis Kroll. Come to my house last week. He's a representative for District 30. And I said, what summer study are you doing, Dennis? The governor has these summer studies. He said, I'm not doing any of them. He said, I'm going to work on property tax. And I said, can I help you? He said, yeah. So we got 3 ideas. And so I'm I'm going to be working with Representative Kroll, trying to find a solution, because something's got to be done, because we can't run a county forever on real estate taxes. It just won't happen.
Yeah, just because, I'm sorry, this is my opinion, somebody's stupid enough to buy a house that's way overpriced, makes my house way overpriced, appraised. And my husband did a lot of the work, I did a lot of the work to save the money to build that house. And I feel like I'm being punished for it.
Well, ma'am, I'm sorry you feel that way. I mean, your house was built with a lot of love and care, and that's understandable. It's your home, and I work as commissioners have these concerns, and they're working with the legislators. That's who you need to work with to put that cap and change that from the 320,000, I think it is, or $30,000 cap on the house. The incomes, because I think our elderly do need a freeze at a certain age, so you can plan for your income, your monthly income. But I work with my wife's mom, and she's retired. Same thing. Husband's passed away. Though we've looked at trying to sell her house to put her into another place, and we can. She cannot live cheaper than living in her house that she's in. I don't know if yours is paid off or not now, but I mean, if you had to go to rent someplace, or if you had to do something along those lines,
I can't.
yeah,
I
you can't
won't.
afford it. So I mean, I just wanted to put that out there, and our staff, I think, worked hard with you. I mean, that's why I pressed for that. She didn't get it down to 28,000. Her recommendation. I know that's probably not good enough for you, but I think she worked diligently to do that.
It's the tax bill.
Yeah.
It's not the appraisal. I don't care if you appraisal for $1.5 million.
Yeah.
If you keep my taxes at where they are,
Okay.
or lower, a little lower. And right now, they're approaching 3 months of my income.
Yeah.
And I keep thinking, when it gets to be 5 months of my income, how am I going to survive
Yeah,
when something breaks? And my house is 20 years old.
I understand.
So I don't know, whatever you can do to help me, I would be most appreciative.
Thank you, Patricia. So we do have a recommendation, Commissioners, of reduction suggestion. Where do I have that at?
Does that reduce my taxes?
We won't know what the taxes will be until the stuff comes out. Tell them they'll levy in the packet come out.
Well, I appreciate the downgrade, but it's the taxes that are killing me.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'd make the motion that we accept the
Don't take
recommendation of the
everything.
Equalization Office for a total of 690,000, land at 98,000, building at 592,000.
Second.
Mr. Chair.
Been moved and seconded. You have a comment, Mr. Drews?
I do. I appreciate everything that Patricia has said to us. I'm very confused on a couple of items with the fact that she's not able to collect the Social Security from her deceased husband and so forth, but those are points for something else. I just can't believe that that happens, but obviously it has, and so I feel for her, I hear her concerns, and I don't think that we, as a Board of Equalization, have any other avenues that we can take to assist.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
I got 2 points, and one, Patricia, I'd encourage you to appeal that. I think you can appeal that ruling, and there's some things you can do. I talked to some people about the Social Security for your husband. I would appeal that and see if you can't get someone to help you in that process. There, sometimes just a denial and they hope you go away, but if you keep fighting them, I know people who've been denied, but they keep fighting. The second thing that I wanted to say was I would like you to be involved with our budgetary process. What's going to increase your taxes is if we decide to spend a lot more money than we did the previous year. So I'd encourage you to pay attention to what we're doing and then give some input on where we should allocate funds, because that will be part of what impacts the taxes. This doesn't necessarily impact the amount that you pay in taxes. It's what we do during the budgetary season that will impact how much taxes you pay.
And what do? I come to what? Come to a meeting, or what are you, I don't
It-
know what you're saying to me.
You should come to many or pay attention to many of the budget meetings so you can see what we're doing with our budget and how we're increasing what we're spending, or if we're decreasing what we're spending. That's going to impact your taxes.
Yeah, I'd recommend calling the commission office and finding out when those hearings would be, the budget hearings.
I can help get you that information.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Who would be responsible for doing that mechanism that I talked about of locking in tax at a certain rate? Like if
Your state
I paid over
senators and state
7,000 this year,
representatives.
if that should take almost 3 months of my income. But if I could lock it in and know it's not going to be 8,000 next year or 10,000 next year, if it was locked.
The state legislature.
I could budget for it.
Yeah,
State legislature is the responsible party.
in your
good.
district, yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much for working on it.
Yes.
I keep working. I'm not alone out there. There's a lot of us out there.
We've had 3 public meetings trying to address this, and so I think we're finally getting the folks that can really make a difference. We're starting to get their attention.
If you need me to come talk to them, I would be glad to.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you,
I will
Patricia.
also bring my brother gives me the newspapers. Again, he saves me money. He gives me his newspapers, and I just happened to come across this article on the 25th of January. It about broke my heart,
Yeah.
because I thought if he hadn't been there and done that, he would be with me today. All right, sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you, Patricia. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the next name on the schedule, there's in two places there, has withdrawn, so there is no appeal. He withdrew the appeal, that Quentin Riggins. Then the next one is it Beckhoff or Beckloff?
Damon?
And he's on phone, Zoom.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
just for your information, this is located in the same area that we've been, all these other ones, right down on Hart Ranch Road and Rodeo Road, branches off of that.
Yep. I was actually going to address that. This is the appeal that is related to the presentation that Scott gave earlier. So my name is Christina Willer, and I am an appraiser with the Equalization Office. This appeal is in regard to tax ID 65543. The owners are Damon and Faith Beckloff. The location is 13767 Rodeo Road. The subject's location accesses off of Hart Ranch Road West from Neck Yoke Road. The mailed out assessment was for $928,100. My recommendation is to keep the value the same, which is $375,000 for land and $553,100 for the building. The subject property is located on a 10-acre parcel, which is the typical lot size for this area. The subject property is a two-story home built in 2015 with 3 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms, with a 2,464 square foot living area and a 1,268 square foot basement area that has no finish. The owner's primary concern is their land increase, in which they indicated that the property is densely populated with trees, limited long views, a sloped terrain, rocky soils and grass cover. They also stated that their driveway is about 1.4 miles long from the gravel road, with an 8% grade in some areas, which requires consistent maintenance. Although these concerns require more attention than the average lot, there is no market evidence that deters buyers from paying full market price in this neighborhood, along with most neighborhoods in the Black Hills. My best two comparable sales are sales number 1 and 2. Sale number 1 is about 232 square feet larger than the subject, slightly lesser quality of construction, 12 years older, slightly larger attached garage, and has about a 1,000 square foot finished basement area where the subject has no basement finish, and it sold for $900,000 in September of 2021. Sale number 2 is about 96 square foot larger than the subject, slightly higher quality of construction, 25 years older, slightly smaller attached garage, and has about 1,000 square foot finished basement area as well, where the subject does not, and it sold for $950,000 in January of 2022. These two sales bracket the subject property nicely. Based upon the adjustments that were made to the comparable sales that would make them exactly the same as the subject property, I believe that $928,100 is an appropriate indicator of market value for the subject, which is $375,000 for land and $553,100 for the building.
Thank you, Christine. And we got Damon or Faith online?
Yeah, Damon.
Damon? Oh, I'm looking over there.
Yeah, Damon.
There you go, Damon.
Can
We
can
can
you see
hear
and
you
hear me?
now.
Okay. Yeah, this is Damon Beckloff. Yeah, tax ID 65543.
Okay, Damon, you've heard Christina, and with her comparables, what is your objection to the assessment?
First, I did submit a letter. I didn't know if the commission had that copy in front of them or not. But in the letter, I kind of state I'm only appealing the land value The land value of my 10 acres was assessed at 375,000, which is 37.5 thousand per acre. Last year it was assessed at 150,000 or 15,000 an acre. And the basis of my appeal, if you have that in front of you, is really, like Christina already mentioned, is the marketability, the utility of my property in comparison to the comparables that were sent to me. Christina sent me a list of I think it was 11 comparables of recent land sales, and they were all there up off of Neck Yoke in the Sudbury Ranch neighborhood up by Coyote Flats. And it's just my argument is it's a little bit of an apples and oranges comparison. I believe a previous owner, I caught the end of his argument, just that property's utility, my property's utility compared to those properties is not comparable, primarily just based upon the density of the trees, the slope of my property, the usability of it. And then the second part of my argument really has to do with the neighborhood, what we're getting compared to on Rodeo Road. It seems like the assessment is more based upon those Neck Yoke properties, that Sudbury Ranch properties that were just developed, compared to the neighborhood that I would think we would be compared to, which is the Knotty Pine area, which is what we're included in our road assessment, or our road district, I guess would be the better term. That road district includes Stone Ridge Road, Knotty Pine Lane, Barney Road, and Jill Road. And then from the sales that I could find in that neighborhood, as far as land goes, there was only one in 2022, one in 21, and one in 20. And the one in 22 on Barney Road, ID number 46026, was 14 acres and sold for $335,000, which is 23.6 thousand an acre. The property right next to me, which was a private sale, in 21, sold for $128,000 or 12.8 thousand an acre. And then the property on Knotty Pine Lane in 2020, ID number 70192, and it was only 3 acres, sold for $36,000 or 12,000 an acre. Again, I'm only attesting or appealing the land valuation of $375,000. The structural assessment, I think my number, if I have it correct, is $553,100, which works out to be about $220 per square foot. For my conversations with realtors, that seems to be probably accurate. So I'm not appealing the structural value, just appealing the land value. And then lastly, I'd just add that, the current assessments off of Stone Ridge, which is right, borders my property, and it is included in the neighborhood, the Knotty Pine Road District neighborhood. Most of those are assessed between $18,000 and $26,500 an acre. So, it's just trying to make sense of where the neighborhood lines are drawn. I understand that the neighborhood lines have to be drawn somewhat arbitrarily, but if we're just going off of sales in my immediate area, those 3 I listed would be what would be comparable as far as not only the type of land, but also the type of structures that are around us. Neighboring to my west and also north are manufactured homes or modular homes. I don't know the definition, how you would define each one, but I know in that the comparable land sales that were given me by Christina, those properties are they have covenants, they have building restrictions, they're horse properties, they're executive homes, and that is just not the case for this neighborhood, which I think is how my property would be marketed.
Thank you, Damon.
Sure.
Christine, did you have any follow-up on his comments?
I don't.
Okay. Mr. Duras.
So, Damon, just a couple of questions. When I looked at the overview of your property, is the lane that comes up to your house, is that part of the road district, or is that strictly
It's
your
my
private driveway?
driveway.
Okay, and if I remember correctly, that seemed to extend beyond your property, that you had your driveway actually goes over into the adjoining property.
It does.
And so without seeing the land, there's got to be a purpose for that. So obviously that's either heavily treed or a ridge there or something that prohibited a driveway from going straight through there.
Yeah, it's mostly the slope and the ridge. The ridge divides the property kind of into an upper and lower half. And that driveway was necessary. I bought the 20 acres, I think it was in 2012 or 2013, and then subdivided in order to be able to build a house, and sold the opposite 10 acres in I think it was 2014. I think I sold the 10 acres at 10,000 an acre. Yeah, so the driveway is there because of the slope, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So Damon, does Steve, your neighbor that you sold it to, is that an access easement or that, because it looks to me off of Hart Ranch, you got to go about 600 feet to your driveway, then you drop south, and then there's another 600 feet that goes through your property over to Steve's. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, access easement.
So is that like a recorded easement, if you sold your?
It has not been recorded yet.
Okay.
Because it was a private sale, and that's why.
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna stick to my guns on that 25,000 an acre. We're in the exact same neighborhood we've been dealing with all morning.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lasser.
can I get you to pull the map out, just so I can see where this one's at compared to the other ones that we've worked with all day today?
It's on Rodeo Road there.
Oh, there we go. Just where it's highlighted there.
That's Kirkaby's right there.
This one is, and
then
here.
that.
That was the other
Yeah,
one.
I see them now. Okay. Have a feeling there's going to be two of us that stick to our guns, but gotcha. I just wanted to see how close it was.
Okay. Given that, Mr. Roskinek, what is your
My
recommendation?
motion would be 553-1 for the improvements and 25,000 an acre for the 10 acres or 250,000 added together, 803,000.
So for the land, that would be what, 250?
That'd be 250, it's an even 10 acres.
And then the improvements would be 553,100?
Correct.
Which give you the total of 803,100. Is there a second?
Correct.
I'll second that.
Moved by Roskinek, seconded by Drews. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries with one no from Mr. Laster. Thank you, Christina.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brad. Okay, that brings us to Roy Erickson.
Erickson, yeah.
And
Well,
Jay, you're presenting?
yep, Jay McKinstry, Equalization.
Before you get started, let me hand this to you.
59904.
Okay.
I made it.
Thank you.
Thanks for highlighting.
Okay, the this is Roy Erickson, the homeowner. The subject property is 4438 Davin Drive. 2006 year built, 1,506 square feet on crawl space, with a 3-car garage of good minus quality construction with 9-foot ceilings, hickory cabinets, solid surface counters, tile and hardwood flooring. I actually, well, I'll get to that in a second. If you want to bring up the comparables there, the subject property is comparable number 1. And to his sale in 2021, adjusted for time, it shows a value of 402,500. Well, your house.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and then, comp 5 is, a sale that's older, lesser quality, less square footage on the main level. It does have a basement, and it has a much smaller attached garage, and it sold just last September for $381. I did have an interior inspection with Roy on the property, and I made an adjustment for condition. He's had some ongoing drainage issues that has had his crawl space over time, with some moisture. He has some cracking on the interior to some drywall, and some movement of the far garage wall on the west side there. And so I made an adjustment to that. So my recommendation is lowering from the 438,400 that we assessed out at to 394,300, which is 66,200 on land, 328,100 on the building for that 394,300.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Roy, are you okay with his adjustment?
No, or I wouldn't be here.
Well, this is a change from the original, so even with him, with that one, you're not happy with that?
Well, I have some things to point out, so.
Okay.
The other thing I would mention quickly is, when Roy came in and spoke to me, I mean, it was cordial and everything. His opinion of the value at the time of his appeal was 385,000.
How much?
385,000.
And you've got it assessed at 394,300, right?
Correct.
I think I give somebody this copy. I just scribbled on something. I forgot it on the front page.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
So
Rose.
my question is, do you have any problems with the value of the land? Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
No problem.
We just focus on the building.
Nope, yep.
Okay, Roy, you're up. Why is it not worth 384?
First off, thanks
394.
for letting me be in here, and I wouldn't want to do your job right now for nothing. All right, and with talking with Jay, I would like to be involved in that committee you're talking about, because the way these things are going up, and I don't know how long ago that 300 and whatever was set.
And what last year it went, I think on the state level, they increased the value of the home to 317.
All right.
And then single person income, whatever it is,
Yeah.
it just doesn't
Well,
seem to be working for the general
with this
public.
season, I agree with you, all what you're telling you, all right?
Thank you.
And I think you guys are all on the same wavelength without belaboring.
Well, you can see the color in my hair.
Yeah, well, hey, it's thinning mine too. So anyway, all right. Let's see here. Well, the original value was a 35% increase, which is crazy. The 16 years that I've had from that existence of that house for 16 years, the average increase has been 2.7%.
Yeah.
All right. And I know a lot of stupid people have come to town. I was involved in one house that got sold for $60,000 above list. Good old realtor's trick. We're going to offer you this much or 1,000 above the last offer. Well, you have that going on, and it's just not. Everybody's just up until they say, okay, somebody give me a number, and that's what we're going to go by. Anyway, so I understand the craziness. So, yeah, seeing that I know that the properties out there and stuff that are going on, yeah, I got to give an increase in this thing. I understand that, but doing the 385, I think, is going more than I think, because as I looked up, and don't get me wrong, I wasn't stalking anybody, but I wanted to get an idea of who got what increases or whatever in their property. And with the city council alone, there was one property was as low as 14%. The highest one was 20. 6 of them were below 20. I looked up county commissioners. There's 2 county commissioners that don't even have their name on any property. And one of them isn't here, and I know that they have a lot of LLC property. I don't know about anybody else, but so it's a little hard to check what their taxes are going up. But based on that, looking at other people's stuff that's been going on, I would think that if you look at that at a 16% increase, then that puts you well within that range of what I'm asking for.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
I'm going to address one thing if you don't mind. I'm the other one that wouldn't have owned.
Well, I don't care. I don't care who it was. I really don't know. I
No,
don't
no,
care.
no, you're fine. But my land was contaminated, so, by the government, so therefore I don't own the land anymore. They bought it. I'm in the process of looking. And I say that because I understand the frustration everybody has about these property values, because I'm trying to buy in a market where all the values have gone up, and my property wasn't at that value whenever the government ended up offering money. I got offered it before the market hit. So trust me, I'm very, very, very well aware of what's going on in the market, and it's because there's out-of-staters that are coming in with a lot of money.
Yeah.
But we can't control that.
Oh, I understand. I understand that.
And
I understand.
hopefully I'll find something in the near future, because, that depends on me finding something that I can afford. Unfortunately, there's nothing that meets that criteria for what we're trying to do, which is continue our ranch, and we can't do that with the prices that are out there.
Well, you got to give me kudos for not being from Hill City area and back up in
Well,
Yacht Road.
yes, but I'll tell you, going east, it's not much different either.
No.
They're still kind of high.
You got a new area this time. Yeah, and I know I can't help crazy people. I know that. But the thing I'm looking at is when I look up the ones that I can spot, I can look up whatever. You're looking at at between a 14 and 20% raise on people's stuff. And even I think Jay Ducci 21% now.
What's that?
21.7%?
Was the average increase in your market area.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'm like, first off, just to let you know about this particular property, Mr. Hatzenbuehler's up the hill. He's 3 houses up from me. We are the only 2 people, I think, in Rapid City, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, that have a close to 1,500 or 1,600 square foot house on a crawl space with a 3-car garage. There aren't any more. When I built my house in 25 and we did the bank appraisal for the plans, there was absolutely none. And as far as I know, there still aren't. okay? And so I have that. I have 1,500 and, what'd you say, 6 square feet? That's it. And yeah, it is a little better, higher quality than Mr. Hatzmiller's is, but I'm not contesting his. He can take care of his own stuff. But this percentage increase is just, and I understand you guys have, and I also understand when you talk about raising taxes, it's the mill levy. It's not, technically, they're all tied together. If you keep the same mill levy as you had last year, and if you look at the average one over the last 5 years, you know it isn't going to go down by much. It's probably going to go up. So yeah, my taxes are going to go up. No matter what you say these values are doing, it's still based on your mill levy.
12 years, our mill levy's gone down.
Down, yeah.
All right.
Not gone up. It's gone down every year. But
From
that's
the
a
county.
misunderstanding,
From
just
the
so you know.
county.
But if you
From
go
the county.
down from
From the
3.2 to
county
3
side.
point,
From the county side, yes, Lloyd, I agree with you. I'm not going to swear to all the other taxing entities, but directly from the county, it's gone
oh,
up.
I mill levy on the whole thing. I'm talking about, I mean, we could mill levy on everybody, not just you guys, all right? And I understand that. I understand there's everybody involved. And that's one thing that makes this process really impossible. A couple years ago, I went in to contest the property on Racine. And I went in and there were realtors, there were county people, there were city council people, there was a school board rep. We got it all done in one meeting and we were done. I didn't have to go to the city, waste time there. I couldn't get an answer. They just said, oh, let's go to the last one and throw it at you guys. And I sat there and just like I did today, watching them do that over and over and over again. They didn't want to put an amount on it. Just threw it to you. And that just makes it insane for me to have to come back. So I would encourage you guys, why, I don't know why you got away from that system. I would encourage you to go back to it. So you can do this one time.
I've never seen that set up. I've never seen anybody, it's always been you appeal to your local city and Shannon can explain it better than I.
For as long as I've known, it's always been appeal to the local board first.
Yep.
But what he's describing that happens at the city of Rapid, yeah, that's typical.
Kick it down the road.
I sat there, like I said, I'm not going to belabor the point. I sat there and watched 3 or 4 different people appeal what they were doing, and they just finally said, oh, we're going to leave it the same, let the county deal with it.
Yeah.
And that's basically exactly what they said.
There is an option in the statute, and the commission should be aware of this, that the local board can consolidate with the county board, where a couple of county commissioners, or maybe all of them, and the city council consolidate as a board of equalization. The city is, with that attitude you're describing, I wonder if we won't see them approach the county at some point for that. Of course, from the county's perspective, though, that's your job. You should do that instead of putting it off to the county. But so maybe be aware that the city brings that up someday.
See, the time that I did this, the last time, it was like in 16 or 17 when I appealed that tax, went in and he's on the council still, the realtor that's on there, and he understood. He said that was way off. But we had county people, we had a school board member, we had city people in that meeting. I was there. That's the only meeting I went to. And it was decided right then and there what it was going to be. It didn't come back. It didn't get referred to another meeting. So I don't know what that was, but that's how it happened to me. And I wasn't the only one. There's 50 people in the crowd that went the same way. So I would encourage you to try and pursue that. Let's put it that way. All right?
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
I think I had Mr. Drews next to speak.
So Roy, Jay has given you about $44,000 worth of credit relative to the damage that he observed to your home. Would you agree with that amount?
Well, credit for the damage.
Pardon me?
Yeah, well, a credit for the issues with the home.
So if you had a contractor come to try to make those repairs, is that, do you think that's what it would?
Some.
Okay.
Because you had to dig up the whole foundation and do all kinds of stuff there. Well, I'm in the process of trying to put a French drain in on corners so I can alleviate some of these problems.
Okay.
And
the garage wall, is that?
What's that?
Is the garage wall a major concern that
Well, it's the wall adjacent to the garage right there, and it's how it butts in, and you can see in the garage drywall, how it comes up and how it's whatever.
The back of the garage where it butts up to the house wall.
It laps over. If you look at the picture on my house, the part of the garage that's to the right in the photo, that goes back past the garage on the inside about 6 or 8 feet. And where it goes past the corner of the house there, right where the corner joins with the garage,
There's a
is where it's heaving at.
shared portion of wall there
Okay,
between them.
okay.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So the question I'm getting to, do you believe he's given you enough credit for what he saw when he came and looked at the house?
Possibly. I can't say 100% that it's right, but I'll agree with him. Okay.
Okay.
But I still, so if that's the case, then you're leaving my taxes at 35% increase. You're only decreasing what he's taken off then.
I can address
What
the,
we're dealing with is the values, not the percentage.
so, and that's correct, but I can address that concern. The percentage he's going off of is prior to lowering the value to the 394.3. So if you take that number and go back to last year's assessment, which was 356.6 before it got lowered to the sale price a year ago,
Yeah.
then the percent change is 10.6% is all.
Wait a minute. You
So
got me
Jay?
confused on what you're doing on your math there.
So Jay, the justification of lowering it last year was that
Was the
relative
sale
to?
price, but that was from,
Okay.
the assessment before.
Okay.
So.
Had
then the
nothing to do with what you visualized?
Nothing to do
Okay,
with that,
okay.
Well, that shouldn't even
That's
enter
right.
into it.
Okay.
What the assessment was 4 years ago shouldn't enter into this thing. I bought it for 325, fair price. In fact, I gave the lady more than what she asked me for.
Okay, so in other words, Mr. Drew, I asked him that same question at the very beginning, and he said no, he wasn't happy with the reduction. He feels it's lower than the 394.3. Am I correct, Mr. Erickson?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that you should, I could accept the 385.
Okay, he thinks it's 385, commissioners. Who's next in line to speak?
No, I was gonna,
Mr. Roskinek.
I'm just asking as an appraiser.
Yeah.
If the home sold for 325.
Right.
A year, in 2021, and I'm just looking at an assessed value of 394.3. The
394.3 is what, the house? Just the house part?
for the whole property.
Okay.
It sold for 325, and I see it down here recommended 394.3. So my question is, what supports the increase?
Well, so when it sold, we had that property at market at 360,900.
Yeah.
I feel like he got a good deal. He bought it from the people he sold the house to. He's owned this for the second time. I think he knew the buyers that bought it from him, and he got it under market back then. So we're just now getting it to the right number.
Well, that's why it's so important to either talk to a buyer or seller so you know the dynamics. That's the part that's an appraiser.
Well, that to me, you can go back. I don't care if I put back in history you want to go with who owned what house and rebought the house. I bought it for 325. That was fair value to her. She sold it to me for that. That was the fair value. That was the fair and true value for that house when I bought it. I do not care what the taxes were before that. Tax value was before that.
Definition of market value is neither the buyer or seller are under duress and it's exposed to the open market. I mean, that's the short version.
Right, we used it as a good sale, but my point is, if his argument is that was a good number then, the comps are a good number now.
No, I don't think they are because you're trying to throw me up with the assess that came in, the tax assessment notice was 35%. And as I pointed out, I go through several people here, and the highest value has been 20%, 14 to 20%, with most of them being below 20%. But yet you're hitting me for quite a bit more.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Laster.
But every property is individualized based on what they own. I mean, if I owned my property still, you would see my value would have probably increased. If I remember correctly, from whenever everything started going up, it would have increased significantly. But because I don't own it, the government owns it now, it's off the tax roll, so you wouldn't have seen that. But if I still owned it, you probably would have gone up significantly. Some of these individuals that own homes are all individually evaluated. We're not picking on you just because you're in the county. It's
I'm
based
not
on
trying to
the,
bring everybody else into this. I'm trying to take care of my stuff. I don't care what everybody else does. It's their stuff. All right?
okay.
But what I have a problem with when they try to evaluate and compare, there's only 2 houses in the entire Rapid City area that are even like my house.
Okay, and that's fair, but whenever they appraise it, they take those things into consideration. Anytime you get your home appraised, even if you're selling it, they take all those things in consideration and give you a value of what they can sell, what they feel you could sell the home for, or what it's appraised at. These guys are doing exactly the same thing. If you decided that you wanted to take that home and sell it today, and you didn't utilize our appraisers, because you couldn't, but you go get your own appraiser, they're gonna take everything that's with your home, and if there's only 2 of them like it, they're gonna compare it to other homes that are not like it and give either credit or a subtraction from the value based on the homes that are comparable that they are allowed to compare to. That's just how the appraisal system works. And so you may not have no home is gonna be exactly the same unless you go out and build them all specifically to be the same.
Well, and you see, this is, and this isn't their problem, all right? What I'm gonna mention here isn't their problem. It's a problem with real estate industry in this city, out here. And the ones I listed there for you, those 6 that I have listed there, they're all under construction, new, or the first 2 I've already sold, all right, for that price. And you look at the listed square footage they have on it, and Jay even knows, we both know, I've even looked at it online, there's no finished basement, but yet the realtor can sell that at a 2,600 square foot property. Last I knew, anytime I ever bought, sold, or anything on a property, the only square footage you can count is what is finished.
I agree.
And somehow, the real estate industry is getting away with this kind of stuff.
But that's not something that we.
No, I know that. I understand that. But you can see the problem I have with trying to find comps. I can't even find them because truth in pricing ain't even going on. I don't know, if you take 40% off of the square footage of this to account for the basement differences or whatever, what's that give you then? I don't know. But that's the stuff I'm up against trying to find comps.
So
Okay, I think we're at a point where Mr. Erickson believes his property, from what I've heard, he feels it's worth 285.3. And Jay has made some adjustments a couple different times, and Jay is suggesting 394.3 with 66.2 for the land, and for improvements, 328.100. So I think what this commission needs to.
Excuse me, I want to make sure I correct something there if I got you wrong. I said a total of 325 or 385.
385, and I'm at 394.3.
Oh, sorry. So your total was
385.
my mistake, thank you.
And then didn't have a problem with a lot price, so
No.
in order to divide that up, you
Yours
got to do
is
the
towards
math.
the
I don't have
property,
that.
but the total was 385, so if you minused off the 66.2 from what I said, from the 385, would give you what your house. I was just trying to make sure the commissioners had your number,
No,
because you've thrown that out several times, but never really put a request out there. So with that number, with what Mr. Erickson would like, he would like to see his house at 319,100 with the land at 66,200. And Jay has his property, and this is his reduced number from the original and from before, Jay's recommendation, staff's recommendation is 66,200 for the improvements, or for the land, and improvements 328,100 for a total of 394,300.
That's right.
So I think this commission, I'd look for a motion for either one of those.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
just want to
Rossman.
confirm, you said, did I hear a 385?
That was what I said,
And
the
if you
total.
take 385 and you minus 66.2,
I got 318,800.
Would I,
318,800.
oh,
So my motion would be a total of 385, 318,800 for the improvements, 66,200 for the land.
there is a motion. Motion fails for a lack of second.
Give me the numbers again.
318,800 for the building, 66,200 for the land.
For a total of?
385.
385,000, and I'll just say real quick, the reason I did that, because as an appraiser, I put a lot of weight on the last sale, and it seems to me that market was exposed to the market, and it is what it is.
But I'm not even asking $9,000 reduction here.
Okay, right here, we got, I'll accept that motion again, and I'll offer, is there any second to that?
Gotta be kidding.
I hear no seconds. That motion dies for lack of a second.
Gotta be kidding me.
So we have a recommendation from staff of the original assessment. Mr. Foster.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a comment here. I would be willing to entertain if the gentleman would go get an estimate of what it would cost to do all those repairs. Our staff, Jay, has given a $44,000 reduction. What you're asking us to do is a $56,000 total reduction. And I think it was 56. I might be off by 1,000 or two for quick math. But if you could come back with something that shows that it's going to be, legitimate to cost repair that damage, I think that would give us a better idea of what we should consider a reduction on that piece of property.
I know that when when Kate had the house, they ran into an issue with where the patio door goes out the back. They checked it and they were getting some mold and rot on this rim joist of the house back there, because it's a zero entrance, so the ground goes up. Anyway, they had to take out 2/3 of the patio, replace it, replace rim joist, replace a part of the floor inside, and so on. And she told me at the time it cost her over $50,000 to replace that part.
So you're willing to go get an estimate to show how much it would cost to
I'd
do your
rather not
repairs?
have to run around and do this. I'm not, I don't think what I'm asking is out of line. Less than the $9,000 reduction. I just don't think it's out of line.
Sure.
Mr. Drew.
I'd offer a motion to accept the recommendation from Director of Equalization for land value of 66,200, improvements of 328,100 for a total of 394,300.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir.
We have the last appeal, and they're on Zoom as well.
When's that?
Yeah,
Schlottfeld, Stephen? Schlottfeld.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Stephen Schlottfeld.
yeah, Stephen, just a second here. Let us get our stuff together, please.
Thank you.
That's the one on Rodeo Drive, that's adjacent to that's the driveway that goes to the one we were talking about, the Steve's place.
Okay, so this one will neighbor the last one we just spoke about on Rodeo.
All I've got is one piece of paper on this. That's it?
It's just bare land, so.
Oh, just their land?
Right.
Okay, that's,
I don't even know if
Yeah.
I've got that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
here it
came
is.
in
There it is.
late.
okay. Has everybody got their,
I do.
okay, go ahead, Christina.
Okay, so again, this appeal is related to the land presentation that Scott gave us earlier today. This appeal is in regard to tax ID 65542. The owners are Stephen and Deirdre, I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm sorry, Schlotfeld.
That's fine.
The subject's location accesses off of Heart Ranch Road west from Neck Yoke Road, and it is a bare land parcel. The mailed out assessment was for $375,000. My recommendation is to keep it the same. The subject property is a 10-acre parcel, bare land with no improvements. Their purchase was a non-open market sale, which took place between related parties back in August of 2021 for $128,400. Because this was a non-open market transaction, we do not consider it as a representation of true market value. We use recent arm's length transactions sales within the neighborhood to determine our opinion of market value for this property. The owner's primary concern is their land increase and some of the issues they suggested to me from their email in regard to the land's topography, buildable site, its location on a gravel road, along with comparability to other properties located off of a paved road within this neighborhood. The Neck Yoke Heart Ranch West is a non-homogeneous neighborhood with a variety of homes varying from mobile homes to higher quality homes. I believe that if the owners were to sell their property today, they would be able to obtain their assessed value for $375,000 despite its access from a gravel road and limited but not impossible building site.
Thank you, Christina. Mr. Stephen, you're.
Hi, can you hear me?
You bet.
Hi, so I actually live in Wichita, Kansas. I bought the land 17 months ago with the intent of moving to Rapid City and trying to get up there near my wife, near her family. So the property next is my brother-in-law. So this property has a rock face through about the top third of it going sideways. So that's why the driveway curves so much. So when I come to visit in the winter, I have to be towed up the road if it's icy. The locations for development are very limited because it's a fairly narrow, long property. So if I develop up on the top part of it, I'm going to be very, very close to my brother-in-law. Like, throw a rock and hit his house. If I develop on the bottom part of it, I'm down by the road. So because of the rock face that goes across sideways, it's where the road turns and goes. It's really limited where you can actually develop. So there's not much area that's flat. So again, if I build up by him, I'm going to devalue his property because we're going to be two houses very close to each other. If I build down by the road, it's going to be less valuable because it's, hey, a nice 10-acre, but you're down by a road, dirt road. So when I looked at the comparables, I didn't see anything that I considered comparable because they're all in nice neighborhoods with paved roads, HOA. I didn't see something that was really comparable to this. So this was a private sale. It was my father-in-law, and he actually offered it to me for $100,000, but I paid $128 for $12,840 an acre because I felt that was closer to market. And at the time, it got assessed at $150. So I paid less than the assessed at the time. But this increased to $375,000, so $37.5 an acre. I wouldn't pay that. There's no way. And I don't believe I could get that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, is the only access to that property through your brother-in-law's property?
Yes. There's property next door down the hill, but somebody, I'm not sure if it would even be up for sale. I think my brother-in-law looked at when there was the 20 acres, could it somehow be bought to get down to the road on the other side? But I don't think that's doable.
Okay.
I think, the shared drive is what we have to use.
Okay.
So it's pretty long and curves.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laster.
Christina, are those the comparables you use for this for the sale to come up with the value, the ones that are up there, the 940?
These are not, the comparable sales that I used were gonna be within the Sudbury Ranch area. The ones that Scott had pointed out earlier.
Okay, that sheet of paper that had the
Correct.
10
Those-
acre ones, okay.
Right, exactly.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinick.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yes.
So let me get this right. If you come down Hart Ranch, that's paved? Is it paved?
I think so. I'm not familiar with the area because I come to visit my brother-in-law, but I
Okay.
don't really know the neighborhood well.
So today I took some measurements early this morning, and when you turn west off of Hart Ranch, you go about 600 feet to your driveway across to your brother-in-law's, and then you drop down another roughly 600 feet until you hit your property boundary to the west. I know that property pretty well, and we've been talking about a lot of other properties in this area, and we've kind of come to an agreement that 25,000 an acre is probably more reflective of the land in this particular area opposed to Sudbury Ranch Estates. I'm just throwing that out again because that would be my motion.
I would agree to that. I wouldn't pay that. If I was buying it, I wouldn't pay it. I'd go find somewhere else to buy. But I would agree to that.
Well, we're just trying to be consistent with what we've been doing most of the day.
I'll second the motion.
So
So-
how much was your total, Ron?
Motion would be 250,000, wouldn't it? It's 25,000 per acre.
Yeah, yep.
So the motion was 250,000 assessment, and seconded by Mr. Drews. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries with one no. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
Steve.
much. Thank you, Christina.
Yep, you're welcome. You're welcome.
What else you got, Shannon?
Oh, we got an afternoon, Phil.
Huh?
What? It's like,
Well, where's lunch?
I have the hiccups, but I don't know more.
Cheetos in there.
Shannon, do you want a copy of this? This is what I worked on this morning, just so you can see where I'm at. Let me,
Do you
take this.
want that?
I can print one out, I've got a file, but
Okay.
this is what I'm using, so I just
Okay.
want you guys to look at it.
So I'll give that to, Christina's got an appraisal. Scott mentioned that she had an appraisal, so she'll give you a copy of that.
Okay.
So we're off till the 25th or 6th. I told Joan, I think we're gonna need another day. Joan says there's the, I don't know, 28th, 29th, 1st or something like that. So maybe we don't have anything before the 25th.
The 25th is next week. Go to the next week.
Why? So right now we're scheduled, the 25th is the next day, right, Joan? Yeah. How many days do we got? 2 or 3 on the schedule?
wait a minute, so the 25th is the next one? I've got the
Yes.
17th listed on mine. Oh, it says tentative, okay.
17th is up tentatively. We have 2 days, the 25th and 6th, the 27th, we can requested to not use it. We can-
Okay.
We're gonna have commission shortage.
So we've only got 2 days. I think we're gonna need more. All right, so I think we're gonna need that 17th. Joan was saying maybe we go after the 26th to another day after that. I don't think the 2 days we've got are gonna be enough. But we don't know yet, okay?
I will challenge him all day long in that site value. I'll take him head on.
Well, they wanted you to take a look at it because they brought it in for
Well, I
us.
saw the
so-
site value, and he's smoking. I don't know what he's doing, but that guy's crazy. And I've seen other appraisals by this guy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, not really too enthused about it. In fact, I'll give it back to you.
Hey, so, right now, we're looking at the 25th, but there's a possibility we got the 17th.
Because what we got is a full day on the 25th and full day on the 26th, and Thursday, the 27th was supposed to be anything left over or
Yeah.
and filled up. And the way this one went, it's what? 1 o'clock now, we were supposed to be done at.
Yeah.
What would happen if we came in on the 17th? Would we take the stuff that's on the 11th? Or how would you work that?
No,
Today's 11th.
We are still scheduling appointments. I'm just telling you, I think that we're gonna have more appointments when they finally make an appointment than what we've got for 2 days.
Okay,
So I think we're gonna need another day. It's a question of when that other day is.
okay.
Because right now, I know Commissioner Hadcock on the 27th wants to do the Central States Fair Board retreat. I also wanted to do it, but if we're both gone, then that puts us in a pickle, and that's why the request was that. If it works out that we have to do BOE, I'll be here for BOE, but that was the kind of the hope, is to allow for that ability to go to the retreat.
Yeah. Well, because it starts on Thursday, right? Be Thursday night at,
Yeah, it starts, yeah, it's actually Thursday morning at 9 o'clock.
oh, I see.
I'm already scheduled out for the afternoon of the 26th and the 27th, so.
Oh, scheduled out. So you're not even gonna be here in the afternoon of those days.
I'm not gonna be here at all on the 27th.
Oh, you're not gonna be here at all. Oh, that's what it is. Deb goes to this, you're out, and if I went, then it would make us where we couldn't do it. So I'm the linchpin then. There you go.
Way to come in and, she's seen the schedule getting discussed.
Well, I got a phone call.
Oh,
Joel said, come quick.
Oh,
and just, what is the deadline day that we have to do it all by? What date?
Actually, he didn't show
May
up.
2nd.
oh, no, we didn't, because no show, so it's.
Yep. And May 1st, I start jury
Might
duty,
want-
so,
Lloyd is gone.
and Lloyd is gone.
So Shannon, on this Vincent, do we not have to have a motion on it?
Did we, I think we did make a motion, didn't we? No change because he didn't show up. Yeah,
There's no change because he didn't show up.
yeah, yeah. Sorry,
We acted on all of them, yes.
Yeah, we acted on that one.
yeah.
Did we?
Yes, we did.
Okay,
She read it, and then we acted on
then
it.
write it down.
Okay, now,
What we're doing with the schedule right now is their appraisers are contacting people. They'll go out and look at some more properties, but they've got a bunch of people that appealed early on, and we deal with the ones that go to the local board first. So we can look at their properties before it goes to the local board. Now they've got a bunch of people that they're calling back saying, okay, can I come take a look at yours? Can we talk about it? And they're not getting calls back. They've gone out and looked at some properties, and we think your value is fine. Do you want an appointment before the board? And they haven't made that decision. So that's where we're at. It's just trying to get people to say whether they want to show up here or not. And they're going to keep calling and contacting, and we'll start filling the schedule. I'm just telling you that I think there's a lot of potential appeals out there that'll be more than 2 days worth when they finally do schedule them. Of course, when we get down to the end, and there's only 2 or 3 days left, and, then you get to decide, do you want to go into the evening or tell people it's too late? So, but we try to get
Too
them
late is
contacted.
easier to say.
What?
Too late is easier to say.
Well, right now, my appraisers have told me that they have contacted everybody at least twice.
Okay.
And you need to tell us what you want to do. Now, you have to act on the appeal.
Right.
So we will put it in front of you whether they show up or not. So, Joan, what are we scheduled? We're the 25th and 6th, and how far are we scheduled on the 25th?
Up till about, yeah, 25th is up till about 4:30.
So 25th is pretty much done,
26th is blank,
and that's a full day that we could go?
full day.
Yeah, and I just think we're gonna need more than that, but that's what we're looking at right now. So are we gonna go the 17th?
17th is the next day that everybody seems to be
That's 8 to
available.
5, the 17th.
What's that?
17th is 8 to 5, it's a full
Yeah.
day.
if, that's an additional day if needed.
So what we will do,
Monday, right? Okay.
so how should we schedule?
We
Should we?
won't schedule the 27th because Gary's gone, Deb needs to be gone, and Travis needs to be gone, so we'll axe that day.
Yep,
But then we'll go, 25 is full, we'll start scheduling 26, and then we'll start going the 17th.
but we've only got a week.
I know. Otherwise, we go on the 24th, but that's in the afternoon after planning commission.
Okay, so when somebody calls in, Joan is difficult to deal with. This is your day and your time, and it's the only choice you get, and I don't care if your dad died. That's it, okay? Because of the schedule like this, we get a lot of people that say, well, I got something going on that day, and well, we just don't have many options. So we're gonna finish scheduling the 25th, and then the next appointments are gonna be the 26th, because the last thing we want is one appointment on some day that everybody has to come here for that one.
But Shannon, if you booked everything out for today, let's say, and then somebody called you last minute, I'd like to come in today, we would have been like, well, we have all of them booked, right?
Yes, yeah.
And that's why you tell them many times, you give them multiple phone calls. And
Yep.
if you don't respond on those, I'm sorry, we asked you if you want to schedule an appointment. You didn't schedule an appointment. Those appointments got booked.
Yeah, that's right, and we're approaching that. We haven't ever had an issue, so I don't expect to have an issue with that. I think we will get people to schedule.
Okay.
The problem is they just do it at the last minute like this.
Yep. Can you revise that schedule and send it to us, Holly?
Gary, you said you're not gonna be here at all on the 26th, or is that only
No,
in the
in the
afternoon?
morning, I'll be here in the morning. I have to leave at noon.
We'll be down to 3 commissioners then at noon.
On Wednesday, the 26th, right? Well, it appears to me we either try to get the 17th scheduled to be on the safe side and air on the 24th, or the 26th, I'm sorry. If,
We're gonna finish up till noon on the 26th.
Then go to the 17th.
The full day, it's just gonna be a 4 to 3. Everybody's available here. That doesn't give staff a lot of time to prepare there, but we just don't know when planning commission's gonna be done. So we could start at like 2 o'clock on the 24th,
Yeah. Wasn't there,
if your staff needs more time.
wasn't there, first?
No, we don't have enough.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, we could go the afternoon of the 24th.
The 24th?
Which is a Monday.
so
Yeah, because I'm in planning, so I could do that.
so we're looking at Monday, April 24th from 1 to 5, or you guys want to do 2 to 5?
I would say 2 to 6, just to give planning commission enough time to finish up their meeting.
From what time?
2 to 6 on the 24th.
So what I would have is, that would be Monday, April 24th, from 2 to 6 would be our next meeting. Then we'd have Tuesday, April 25th, from 8 to 5, and Wednesday from 8 to noon. Switch Wednesday, April 26th.
This is Scott's.
Depends on the number of appeals. We might need to go all day on the 26th. You'll just have a board of only 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we would be safe on that Wednesday that it could end earlier or stay to the full 8 hours.
Correct. Block the entire day.
Block the
right
whole
now.
day.
Yep, I did.
So then we're pretty much going to be in session from the 24th, 25th, and 26th, 3 days in a row.
Correct.
Okay. Might want to
And then
consolidate that and send that out to the commission's calendars.
And then as a backup, if we had to, we could go back to the 17th. But we'll try and fill farther out first.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll fill the 17th if we're gonna fill those other dates.
And we'll stay away from the 27th.
Okay, so from right now, the commissioners can plan on the 24th being the next meeting
Okay. At 2, you said?
at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
24th at 2?
2 to 6. Or later.
And plan on that week.
Yes.
Now, you depend on those summary sheets the appraisers give you. Be aware as we get down to these last few days, if they finally talk to somebody and finally get out and look at his property, that sheet might not be to Holly 3 weeks in advance or whatever she wants to get it to you. So the appraiser's just gonna have to walk up and hand it to you. That's another issue we face as we get down to the end. If they're dealing with somebody at the last minute, they didn't have it in time to get it to you.
And just for the commissioner's awareness, Shannon, can you share what one property owner, who was that?
Which one did we continue?
That would have been, I've got it right here.
Nicholson?
No, yeah,
Yeah, it's Nicholson, Craig
Yeah.
and Helga.
So we're gonna save that paperwork.
yep.
Okay.
Got that in my
But,
folder.
excuse me, the one that wasn't
The thing left in my folder.
showing up,
You're really that tough to get along with?
Holly, I'm leaving my
was it
stuff.
St. Cloud's property? Or this one here, that one?
I'm leaving my stuff so you can refill it.
The one who missed the meeting.
The tax rep, that was the apartment buildings.
Apartment.
Built there.
Okay,
And he said he was tired of waiting, he's got other things to do, and he told Rod he's gonna appeal to the hearing again.
okay.
I don't think he had nothing to appeal.
Well, the thing was,
Time to go to Piro.
he was not, there was a time mix-up, he thought, and so he,
See here?
So, no, he called on the phone.
Oh,
So he called on the phone, he had his appointment at, 9:00. He called in at 9:10.
Before you.
They just have to go to recess, right?
Recess.
Yeah.
Move to recess?
Second.
moved and seconded to recess, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.